Good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to call the Committee of the Whole to order. This special meeting is being held on Monday, October 30th, 2023. And I would look to Councillor Houston, please, for our land acknowledgement.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you very much. So that brings us to the adoption of the agenda. And just to keep everyone on their toes today, we're doing Committee of the Whole first, and then we'll turn it over to the Mayor for the Council following. And so that this content of the Special Committee of the Whole agenda for October 30th, 2023 be adopted as presented. A mover and a seconder, please. Vice Chair Doherty, Councillor Potts. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, we know our responsibilities, so just bring it to my attention if there's something you feel you need to declare. That brings us to our staff reports, item number 4. And the first item is pretty important one for us. We've been working on it for a while. We're pleased to get it to this point finally. So it is CAO 2023-13 Affordable Housing Master Plan Analysis and Recommendations. And I will turn that over to Manager Ayres to take us away.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Council and members of the public joining us both in person and virtually this afternoon. Firstly, I want to note that Director Valentine sends her sincerest regrets this afternoon. She was involved in an unfortunate horseback riding accident yesterday, and her injuries have prevented her from attending today's meeting. We wish Director Valentine a speedy recovery and look forward to her return in the near future. With respect to the report before committee this afternoon, the Affordable Housing Master Plan was initiated by the town in February 2022 to prioritize and cost the municipality's best path forward to supporting the community through the affordable housing crisis. The staff report before you this afternoon represents the culmination of 10 months of dedicated and hard work by a number of town staff, Enberry Lyon Consultants, or NBLC, and the Affordable Housing Task Force. The town is grateful for the continued dedication of all the volunteers who participate in this task force, many of whom are in attendance today. The report contains a number of recommendations for committee's consideration. Both the consultant and housing development coordinator, Jen Ray, have presentations prepared to walk you through the report details and recommendations this afternoon. And with that, I would like to introduce Nick Michael and Josh McLeod from NBLC to take us through their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for having us today. My name is Josh McLeod. I'm an associate at NBLC, and I'm joined today by Nick Michael, who's a partner at the firm, and Margot Hayward, one of our senior analysts who's been working with us through the last 8 months on this project. Next slide, please. So just in terms of an agenda for my presentation, we'll do a quick overview of the project just to catch everyone up on what we've been up to over the last 8 months. And then we'll dive right into the implementation strategies within the master plan before quickly touching on some monitoring and reporting ideas for move forward once you have implemented these strategies. Next slide. So the first phase of the project was a housing needs assessment. And really the purpose of the housing needs assessment was to take a look at what's going on in the community today from a housing market perspective, what's available out there on both the ownership and rental side, and how that relates to different incomes in the community. Our scope of work as part of this master plan was to focus in on the 4th to 6th income deciles in the community. So the 40th to 60th percentile of incomes. What that means for anyone wondering, on the ownership side is about $75,000 to $110,000 a year for the household. From an affordability perspective, that means they would be able to purchase a home in the range of about $250,000 to $365,000, which is a price point that's not often found within Collingwood. On the renter side, you're looking at incomes. Renters tend to make a little bit less money than ownership households. So the 4th to 6th income decile for renters is in the range of $45,000 to $70,000 per year, which would be able to afford about $1,200 to $1,700 per month. We found through our housing needs assessment that most available options in the rental market today are in the range of about $2,000 a month on average. So overall, the findings from that initial deliverable really found that for low and moderate income households within Collingwood, there's next to nothing for them if they're either looking to move within the community or looking to move to Collingwood from elsewhere. So our work really focuses in on that, those moderate income households in that specific range. The next phase was a strategic direction options report, which was provided a few months ago to staff, and we brought it to the public. We certainly had passed it around council as well. Hopefully you all had a chance to read it, and that sort of mapped out all of the options that Collingwood could take moving forward to start dealing with the affordability issues for these moderate income households. From there, phase 3 was a little bit more working with staff. How do we implement these strategies, and which ones are most appropriate for Collingwood? And that has all sort of gotten us to this phase 4 today, where we have this final affordable housing master plan to present to you today. Next slide. So in terms of the recommended approach, this is sort of the final list of items. There's 26 items here. This is refined from our initial list of strategic directions. 26 sounds like a big number, but we think that in fact it is actually something quite reasonable that the town can largely undertake. We've separated this list into the same 4 groups that we had for the strategic direction options, that being policy, process, and regulatory changes, financial approaches, coordination initiatives, and advocacy initiatives. And how we came at this list, we asked ourselves a whole bunch of questions and made sure that these items sort of fit within it. So things like, does Collingwood control the outcome? Is the option legally possible? That's a big one. Can it be realistically implemented given financial and staffing resources that exist within Collingwood? Is it a duplication of other programs, either within Collingwood or from other levels of government? Is it something that's better delivered by, say, the private or nonprofit sectors as opposed to municipal government? And finally, does it have a positive impact both on affordability and housing supply in the town of Collingwood? Next slide. So as part of our work, we did do quite a bit of consultation. There was a public survey. We had multiple public meetings, and we certainly had quite a few stakeholder sessions throughout our work over the last 8 months, meeting with different members of the community to get input on what the options are for moving forward. Some of the key themes that came out of that consultation include, the fact that it's really critically important that we improve municipal processes to increase the speed at which housing is delivered in Collingwood. The town should consider using surplus lands for affordable housing. The affordability issue should be treated like an emergency. We heard that reducing costs for housing providers is certainly a very effective way to ensure that affordable housing units can be built for these moderate income households. We've heard about NIMBYism issues in Collingwood, just resistance to change in general, which is certainly something that's common across most municipalities. It's not just Collingwood specific. We've heard plenty about how Collingwood, needs more support from upper levels of government, which we certainly agree with. We've heard about financing and equity requirements being like major barriers specifically for nonprofits, but also for-profit developers who are interested in participating in affordable housing delivery. And then finally here, we also heard from a number of individuals about the importance of exploring and encouraging social financing initiatives. Next slide. So in terms of priorities and resource allocation, obviously, we know that resources are somewhat limited in Collingwood, so we need to make sure that we're using it effectively. We heard through our consultation and feedback from stakeholders, as well as what came out of our own research through the housing needs assessment, that really the number one priority here has to be affordable rental housing. It is the top priority in this affordable housing master plan, followed by market rate rental housing and affordable ownership housing as more secondary priorities. And you may wonder why we have market rental housing there, but we think that there's a fairly extreme shortage of rental housing in Collingwood. It's not being built, and it's an important part of any community, and it's just something that doesn't pencil out for-profit developers. So giving them that little extra boost to make sure that that's being built at a reasonable rental rate would be useful for the community, and sort of allow for some filtering within the housing market to open up some of the more affordable older units for those moderate income households. Obviously, the key variable here is the capacity of town staff and town's budget to go towards affordable housing. We believe that some or most of these initiatives should be able to be undertaken by existing staff, while others may require a new hire. Right now, the town's been budgeting about $350,000 annually to go towards affordable housing, at least over the last couple of years. And we think that in order to really implement what we've got in this master plan, that a larger budget will be required, at least $1 million annually, ideally closer to $3 million annually. Next slide. So just to sort of visualize what we're thinking from a budgeting and staffing resource perspective, green means it can be done, red means it cannot. And our two columns here within our table are existing budget and an increased budget to $3 million. So really, as you can see, there's a lot of green on this page. We really think that we've provided you with a list of initiatives that can be done, that can be largely done within the existing budget. Certainly on the policy and process change side, a lot of these things are either ongoing or planned and budgeted for. The coordination and advocacy initiatives tend to be mostly fairly low cost, so they should be able to be done within your existing affordable housing budget. But there are two fairly large and frankly very effective measures within the financial category that would be requiring a larger budget to do them properly. And that would be an incentive program and a public land program for affordable housing. So those are ones that, if the town really wants to be doing those properly, we believe that a larger budget is going to be needed moving forward. And not just a larger budget, but it's also important to keep in mind here that consistent funding is also needed. These programs require funding on an annual basis. It needs to be predictable so that the housing providers in your community, whether they are nonprofit or for-profit, know that they will be available in future years. Not every housing provider has sort of the resources to just jump at funding as it sort of comes available randomly. Not-for-profits in particular don't necessarily have the big machine behind them to apply for incentives as they become available if it's irregular. But if they know that 3 years from now you're going to have an offering of $3 million, they can take their time in order to put their application together, knowing that in 2025 or 2026 that funding will be there for them. Next slide. So as I said, there's 26 items on here. We're not going to be able to get through all of them today, just given time, but we do want to hit on some of the big ones. So we'll start with policy, process, and regulatory changes here. So the primary goal of these initiatives are really to increase housing supply in general and to broaden the supply of housing that's being delivered in Collingwood. Really, the goal here is to create a more permissive planning environment and to streamline the development process moving forward to get housing delivered more quickly. So we've got 5 items in this category, and I just want to touch on the first 2, which is the review of the town zoning bylaw and sort of speeding up development timelines, working towards a decision faster. Next slide. So this first one, zoning bylaw review, we've heard from staff that they're expecting to start on this in 2024, and we've provided them with a number of items that we believe should be included in that zoning bylaw review. So we've got them listed here. We'd like to see more upzoning along arterial roads, elimination of single-family only zoning, and just in case anyone doesn't fully understand what that is, that doesn't prevent single detached homes from being built in Collingwood, doesn't make them illegal. It just removes any zoning categories that only allow single family homes to provide more flexibility within those neighborhoods. Allowing more density in neighborhoods is another one. Residential uses in designated commercial zones, which is a trend we're seeing everywhere as sort of the need for retail and brick and mortar retail has changed, particularly over the last few years, but had already been trending in that direction as it was. Elimination of minimum parking requirements and protecting stability at the expense of new housing. We believe that there's ways to integrate new developments even within established neighborhoods without sort of ruining the neighborhood character, as is often the fear with new developments. Some of these items we think can be advanced pretty quickly. Things like, eliminating parking minimums. They don't require the same amount of work as sort of ripping up and coming up with brand new zoning categories. And as part of this, we also think that the town should be aiming to simplify the zoning bylaw to improve clarity, to improve predictability, and make it easier for your housing providers to get through the development process a little bit quicker. On this topic, I'd also like to just sort of point out or acknowledge what we're seeing from the federal government and the federal housing minister in terms of the Housing Accelerator Fund funding. A lot of these items, they're not necessarily being done yet in a lot of communities, but clearly based on the requirements for that funding, they're starting to be expected. So things particularly eliminating single family only zoning and allowing more density in neighborhoods. The federal housing minister is requiring that municipalities make these changes in order to access that funding. Next slide, please. So second item here is working towards a decision faster. So speeding up the development approvals process. We believe that the town should be striving to not only speed it up, but simplify the development approvals process to increase housing supply. This is a concern that we're hearing in all of the municipalities that we're working in, that their applications, whether they're for affordable housing or market rate housing, are just bogged down in this long process, and that there's opportunities for improvements there to move things along a little bit quicker. Faster approvals in general, they lower the cost of development. There's quite a bit of risk to any housing provider who has to wait several years to actually break ground or have an opportunity to sell units. They're putting a lot of money towards this project without getting anything back at that point. We believe that consideration should be given to limiting the number of public consultations beyond what is required through the Planning Act. We think that with sort of virtual options and online options, there's opportunities for the community to give input that doesn't require sort of formal public meetings that can slow the process down beyond the ones that are certainly required. Streamlining different processes like building permits, pre-application meetings, and approvals of sort of low risk, uncomplicated applications. There are certain things that come forward that should just be able to breeze through the development application process that otherwise tend to get held up for far too long. Reducing the number of required studies. We think that there's probably an opportunity to look at what's required. with a hard critical lens and realize that they're not all required for every single application. Peer review requirements, same thing. We've heard this from a lot of different housing providers that the peer review requirements don't necessarily have, a positive outcome on the project, but they do certainly slow things down in a significant way. And then just improving communication and decision-making between departments, not necessarily Collingwood specific, but we've heard in a lot of municipalities that you'll hear one thing from planning and a completely different opinion from engineering, and it can be hard to sort of bring those things together and sort of satisfy every department, right? So getting one message from all departments being on the same page can also help move things along a little bit quicker. When making adjustments to your processes as part of, this planned development process and fees review that the town is eventually planning to do, we think that you should be designing your internal processes based on staffing capacity. We know that in recent years, the town's been short on staff, and there's probably ways to make adjustments to ensure that the process is designed specifically to match who you've got in-house and move things along relatively efficiently. Pointing out another thing that's going on outside of the municipality, again, there is something called the Housing Supply Challenge, again, through the federal government. They've provided funding for 14 different groups who are specifically looking at ways of speeding up the development process, the approvals process. And so we would recommend that staff keep close tabs on that, the outcomes of that work, as something that can sort of be added to this list and improve the municipal processes in Collingwood. Next slide, please. So our second category is financial approaches. We know from our own work with the private sector, but also from hearing from stakeholders in the community and other municipalities that there is no business case for the private sector to build affordable housing on their own. We think that that's a really important message for everyone to understand. Unfortunately, over the last 30 years or so, the public sector has shifted to a model where we've sort of expected the private sector to do it. And I think after 30 years, we can probably all agree that that's not being delivered. So I think we all need to understand that. And incentives, and these financial approaches are really meant to help offset the cost of development for projects that otherwise would be unfeasible if they're including affordable housing. So we've got three sort of larger items within this, and we'll talk about the first two here. So next slide. So I just want to hit on this broadly before we get into the two initiatives. We've got a figure on the slide here that is meant to sort of illustrate why incentives are needed. And on the left side of the figure, we've got a market rate development. And for a market rate development to pencil out, revenue has to be high enough so that it accounts for your land cost, your hard and your soft costs, so that's your construction costs, and then things like municipal fees, your consultant fees, hiring an architect, all those fun things, as well as obviously developer profit. When revenue does not cover those, the project does not pencil out and it does not move forward. We do not get that housing built. When you move on to the affordable side, our revenue craters well below market rates. And in the example that we've provided here, obviously that wipes out any developer profit and often even can't even cover your hard and your soft costs and your land cost. So your incentives are really meant to sort of fill that gap to create a more feasible project. And we understand that, developer profits wiped out, well, we can go to a nonprofit. But as I said, given that the revenue often comes below what your actual costs are, even nonprofits typically require fairly significant incentives in order to build new affordable housing. Next slide. I should say too that in work that we've done in the past for sort of similar households from an income perspective, sort of these moderate income households, just so that we all understand what the subsidy required is. It's typically $100,000 a door or more. So it's a pretty significant number. And I think that not everyone necessarily realizes how significant that required subsidy is to make one of these projects actually work. So our first initiative amongst these financial approaches is the creation of what's called a municipal capital facility bylaw. And this allows the town to provide incentives for specific targeted projects. We would recommend that the town choose this route instead of a CIP, which is maybe something that you're all a little bit more familiar with. Because the municipal capital facility bylaw provides you with a little bit of extra flexibility. It's easier to implement. It's much harder to appeal. So it allows you to make changes over time, much easier, faster, and just sort of get it through the system and allow you to provide the incentives that are needed for those projects that you want to subsidize. Once this bylaw is in place, the town can enter into individual agreements with different projects, and the requirement for affordable housing is registered on title of that property. So someone can't come in and ask for the incentives and then turn around and sell the property for a windfall. Because it's registered on title, anyone who would be purchasing that land will understand that they would have to provide affordable housing as part of any new development on that property. So it protects the town against any potential funny business, essentially, by registering it on title. To enact the bylaw, the town of Collingwood would have to define what they see affordable housing as, and what the eligibility requirements would be for the incentives associated with the municipal capital facility bylaw. Given the limited financial resources in the town, we think that flexibility in both program structure and implementation will be important, and that extends into what your definition of affordable housing would be. We generally prefer to see municipalities to provide sort of a high definition of affordable housing, because it allows you to sort of incentivize the widest range of projects depending on what comes forward. It doesn't require that you incentivize everybody that comes forward, but it gives you the flexibility. So in this case, we've suggested an affordable rental housing definition of 170% of average market rent. I'm sure that sounds like a lot, but if we look at the affordability thresholds for the 4th through 6th income decile, that's about 90% to 140% of average market rent. So we're already almost at that 170. Your 7th income decile, one outside of the moderate income, is at about 165. So it just provides you with a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you can do moving forward. And then on the affordable ownership side, it's a little bit more straightforward, just being housing that would be affordable to moderate income households. In terms of the incentives that can be provided, it's a long list through the bylaw, and it's sort of all the ones that we've all heard of in terms of DC grants or deferrals.
Excuse me, sorry, we need to turn the recording on. I apologize to interrupt, but if you mind.
Recording in progress.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Do I start again? Yeah.
No.
We'll correct all my mistakes from earlier. Yeah.
The clerk just clarified it is being recorded on Zoom, but we needed this other as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. So through the bylaw, you can provide a long list of incentives, all the ones that, we've probably all heard of in terms of DC breaks, rebates on different municipal fees, tax increment incentives. You can also provide capital grants as well, so that rather than tying it to a DC, you can just say, we've got $3 million a year. Pitch us on how much of that $3 million you need to make your project hum. Okay, next slide, please. An incentive program through a municipal capital facilities bylaw, there's kind of two options for you here. One would be town-led, the other one would be county-led. So starting with the town-led one, we believe that if you're going to undertake it yourselves, you will require a fairly significant increase to your affordable housing budget. That $350,000 probably isn't going to go very far on an annual basis. And certainly you may need another staff member, which we understand could cost, in the range of $100,000 a year. Getting back to what I had said about the per door subsidy, if it's in the range of $100,000 per door, that $350,000 is getting you 3 units a year. I think that's better than nothing, but it's not a super effective number, right? So if the existing budget is maintained, One option would be to sort of add it to a reserve fund as it builds up over time. You offer the money as it becomes available, like maybe it's offered every 3 years or every 5 years as the reserve fund builds up. But the increased budget would really allow for the town to sort of provide an annual defined application and approval process and bring it out on a consistent and regular basis. We've recommended $3 million, and that may produce about 30 units annually, which I know doesn't sound like a ton, but it certainly would be an improvement in terms of where we are. And I think that it also speaks to, which we'll get into later, just how much help is required from other levels of government as well, how much participation we need, just the fact that Collingwood won't be able to solve the problem on their own. If the town doesn't take it on their own, the alternative would be to participate in a county-led incentive program. The county does not currently have an incentive program for moderate income households, but us at NBLC, we are working on a similar strategy for the county on what they've defined as attainable housing, which essentially covers the same households. And I can tell you that as part of that, I imagine we will be recommending they provide some incentives for that. So the alternative would be offering a dedicated budget to a county-led program, allocating whether it's $350,000 or even if you increase your budget, you could do it through the county as well, just providing the funds up to them. And then as a project comes available in Collingwood seeking incentives, they would dole out what you've provided to them for those projects. Pros and cons to that. Pros being that it reduces the administrative and staffing burden associated with running one of these programs for the town. The county already sort of has resources in place for this. They have a bigger team. They've done this for low-income housing as part of their role as service manager. But obviously participating in the county program, it does remove a little bit of control from the town in terms of what you're doing. But presumably there would be some agreements between the town and the county in terms of we'll provide you with this money, but we're looking to see X, Y, Z out of how it's used. One other pro from this, just before we move on, is it also reduces application risk for housing providers. Rather than having to apply to multiple programs, they can just apply to one. And there's a little bit more certainty as to what they will be receiving for their projects. Next slide. So the other big item in this box, the financial approaches, is the use of public land for delivering new affordable housing. And like incentives, no cost or low cost land is a powerful way to subsidize new affordable housing development. And it's certainly something that we would recommend the town of Collingwood considering. It's something that a lot of other municipalities do in order to sort of advance their housing objectives around affordable housing. As part of this, we would recommend sort of semi-regular portfolio review of land that's publicly owned within the town of Collingwood. Ideally, you're including within that review not just town-owned land, but say school boards and county-owned land, provincial-owned land, just so that you have an idea of what's out there, keeping tabs on it. If a school property is coming up as surplus, knowing that that's coming up and sort of jumping on it to talk to the school board and saying, we've got this funding available that we could provide to incent some affordable housing on this site, those types of things. So maybe that review happens, say, every 5 years, 3 or 5 years, just to keep tabs on those properties and understand what may be available and, as needs change over time from different levels of government. Disposing of a piece of public land can be quite expensive. In general, you would have to hire a team that often includes sort of planners, architects, someone with expertise around land economics, someone with expertise in actually disposing of the property, running a proposal call. And that can run in the $100,000 range per property. So you could do it within your existing budget, the $350,000, but it obviously eats up a large chunk of that. And prevents you from using that money towards other initiatives within our list. So we've suggested here that maybe the existing budget isn't quite sufficient to undertake town-led disposition. But like with the incentive program, there is the option of transferring a piece of land to the county. Again, they've got a little bit more resources. They have experience in disposing properties and building affordable housing on properties. So they may be able to do it somewhat efficiently. Again, it provides a little bit less control to the town of Collingwood, but would reduce the financial and administrative burden associated with creating a town-led disposition process. Next slide. If the budget was increased, just to give you an idea of some recommendations as to how we would approach it, the town could take the disposition on their own. For any site, we generally recommend an initial concept plan to give the market an idea of what can be done on this property, planning approvals to be advanced so that there isn't sort of a long, arduous approvals process to deal with after you've disposed of the property. And then, as I mentioned, a retention of a team of experts to assist in the disposition. At the same time, we would recommend that you have discussions ongoing with both the county and CMHC around accessing other types of funding from those organizations that could be used to put towards affordable housing on that property, in addition to any funding that the town may have. That helps sort of ensure some predictability for the eventual applicants in that disposition process. And then you'd undertake a request for expressions of interest to sort of have people apply and say, you know, I'm interested in purchasing this property. Here's sort of some background on who we are and what we've done in the past. It allows you to sort of weed out maybe the applicants who are, you know, most likely to deliver on what you're looking for and less likely to deliver on what you're looking for. And then you have an RFP process, a request for proposals process towards that sort of shortlisted group. And it allows them to compete for the property, you know, maximizing the outcomes on those properties. So any piece of town property that would be taken forward for disposition, we would generally recommend that you create certainty in development entitlements. As I said, you want to move those planning approvals along and ensure that there's some predictability there. We'd like to see density maximized on any property, and maximized to obviously where it's located. If it's in the middle of a neighborhood, maximum density means something then in the middle of a shopping plaza on a main road. But let's make sure that we're using it to the best of its ability. Certainly maximizing the number of affordable units on the property. And that's where sort of allowing multiple parties to compete for the site can sort of increase the amount of affordable housing that can be developed on the property. Setting clear expectations on depth and length of affordability is important so that people can understand, you know, what level of subsidy they require or you know, what they can pay for a piece of property. Generally, we'd recommend to offer the property without cost or at below market value. Be open to alternative construction and design techniques. Certainly through our stakeholder sessions, we heard a lot about modular housing and the positive impacts that can have on construction costs and delivery timelines. So being open to those types of things on your property can be important. And just, you know, not just identifying partners to develop a site, but it's also important to identify partners to actually operate the affordable housing and ensuring that through that RFP process, those people are coming forward either as part of a team or sort of separately later on in the process. Next slide. So our third bucket of items here is coordination initiatives. And these are ones that we think that they are important, but certainly I think it's important for all of us to understand that they aren't as impactful as the planning and process changes and the financial initiatives that are in front of you. So we've got a list of about eight things here, and I'll just focus in on the first one, expansion of your existing concierge program. Next slide. So this one came about just from the idea that there's many different parties who are operating in any housing market that are interested in delivering housing, and not all of them have a natural way to connect with one another. So there's people who have equity and capital, there's people who have land, there's developers, and we want to be able to connect them as frequently as possible to get as much housing as possible developed, particularly on the affordable side. So you may have, say, a church in town who has excess land on their property, and they want to be able to build some housing to serve the community, some new affordable housing units, but they don't have the capital to actually build anything, and certainly they don't know how to actually construct a building on their own. So they need to be connected to people with equity, developers who do have experience building actual housing, and we think that that's something that this concierge program can do. So it would be connecting these parties, but it would also be, connecting potential affordable housing providers to other public funding sources. So funding or financing through CMHC. If the province comes forward with any programs, certainly being familiar with those would allow whoever's running the concierge program to connect these housing providers to those funding sources. It would allow the town to inform these housing providers about relevant incentives that the town or county offers, and would also help housing providers navigate town hall and the development approvals process, sort of simplifying it for them and allowing them to move forward through it a little bit quicker. We believe that this is something that someone like the town's housing coordinator can undertake. Certainly Jen Ray, who is the coordinator right now, she's already partially doing this. So this would really be an expansion of sort of the existing concierge services that her role provides. We think that this should be something that should be displayed on the town's website, advertised, and just to let people be a little bit more aware of it, that it's a service that's provided to them. And there should also be consideration given to, whether there's an opportunity to connect with other municipalities, whether it's in South Georgian Bay or Simcoe County as a whole, to sort of expand the program and make it a little bit more effective. Perhaps there's somebody in Meaford who can contribute to a project in the town of Collingwood, and by expanding it that way and connecting with other municipalities, it may mean that we get more housing delivered to the region in general. Next slide. And our last bucket here is advocacy. So I'm not going to spend much time on this, just this slide. As I mentioned earlier, we know Collingwood can only do so much on your own. The subsidy required for affordable housing is, in the six figures. We know from work that organizations like HEART has done out of UBC that the shortage of affordable housing in Collingwood is at minimum something in the range of 1,300 units. So you times that by $100,000 a door, and that's a very big number that the municipality is not going to be able to put up on their own. So resources are limited, and more active participation is required here from both the provincial and federal governments to start solving this problem, not just in Collingwood, but frankly, all over the country. So that being said, Collingwood should advocate for more help, and we've got about 10 items here that we think are effective things to be advocating for. The first one in the list is already partially dealt with, thankfully. That's the elimination or deferral of HST on new rental development. So the feds have said that they will be eliminating the GST portion of HST, and the province has signaled that they will as well. We don't have a formal announcement on that yet, but are hoping that it does come. So these are things that they're sort of longer term things, right? Like you're sort of sending letters and speaking to people at AMO, and sort of less costly, less time consuming things for staff to undertake, but still important things to sort of keep in the back of your minds and be pushing for from other levels of government to sort of start improving the conditions in the housing market. Next slide. And lastly, just on monitoring and reporting, we see the master plan as sort of being this living document that through monitoring over time can be updated and adjusted to ensure that it's sort of reaching its maximum effectiveness. So we think that staff should be coming forward to you guys as council on an annual basis, just to report on how things are going from the master plan perspective. And we see that reporting sort of falling within two categories. The first one would be reporting on general market conditions, which really answers the question of, is affordability improving or worsening in the community? So looking at things like where are we at with housing starts? What mix of housing is being being built? Has there been a change in the rental housing supply? Where are we at with a vacancy rate, average market rent, average resale price? How has that changed over the past year? And obviously, have we created any new affordable units within the last 12 months? And then the second sort of reporting item would be on specific strategies associated with the master plan. So once the zoning bylaw review is done, for example, how much intensification has occurred over the past year, or at least how much has been approved, how many ADUs have been created, what's the take up been on incentive programs and the public land program if a property has been brought to market. Are you getting lots of applications for those incentives, or has there been none? We've certainly seen some programs where they have no applications, and usually that means that there's a flaw in the program. So consistent monitoring allows you to sort of identify those flaws and those limiting factors and adjust accordingly to ensure that you've got as effective of a program as possible. So that's it for me for now. That's just a quick summary of the master plan document that we've put together. I believe we've got a couple other presentations, and then we'll jump into Q&A.
Thank you, Josh. And we'll welcome up our manager, Jen Ray. Welcome, Jen.
Thank you, Madam Chair and council members, for the opportunity to share staff's response to NBLC's Affordable Housing Master Plan. And thank you as well to the NBLC team for providing such a thorough overview. We also want to acknowledge NBLC for their extensive work on this project, as well as the Affordable Housing Task Force, who as an elevated stakeholder played a large role in hosting public engagement opportunities and reviewing drafts of the options in the final plan, helping us hold the plan to the high standard that you see today. A lot of credit also goes to stakeholders in the public who gave generously of their time to share their insights and their thoughts on a path forward for the town on this critical topic. Lastly, although I'm standing here at the podium, there is a number of senior staff and especially Director Valentine who spent countless hours on this project. We will be able to respond to questions or comments as we move into the public dialogue and the committee discussion later in the meeting. The balance of this presentation focuses on staff's recommended path forward and the 2024 budget impacts of the master plan. Next slide, please. Like municipalities across our nation, Collingwood is feeling the strain of the housing crisis, but our town's response sets us apart from our municipal peers, and this is a testament to how council has prioritized this issue. In 2021, council had the foresight to start addressing this growing problem, appointing an affordable housing task force, who you've seen from this screenshot, and making early investments in the housing portfolio to begin this critical work. In 2022, this current council picked up the torch and continued to support and champion affordable housing work. With a challenge this large, it can sometimes feel like we're not doing enough or that things aren't moving fast enough, but I hope that you can see that the work you're doing is making a difference. I'd like to take this opportunity to share the gains we have made over the past year under this council's leadership. Next slide, please. While the master plan project has been a priority for the past 10 months, rest assured we have not been resting on our laurels waiting for it to be complete. We have also been hard at work at two other projects that have big implications for affordable housing, the official plan update and the development process and fees review. Over the past year, the town has also fast-tracked development applications with affordable housing components through the concierge program, developed the rapid ADU deployment program, a first in Ontario one-window service for accessory dwelling units, more than doubling the number of ADU building permits from 2022, supported the Affordable Housing Task Force, applied to significant grant opportunities, participated in numerous public education and information sharing sessions, and advocated to accept surety bonds to provide more options and flexibility to developers. And we ensured that key town-owned lands were designated to support higher density residential or mixed-use developments in the future. And perhaps most notably, we have seen the tide changing in the response from the development community this year, including affordable units, accessory dwelling units being included in new homes, and financial commitments. These wins didn't just come out of the blue. They're the result of the task force's efforts and advocacy over the past 2.5 years. They're a result of the council's unwavering focus on affordable housing, and they're the result of many conversations between staff and stakeholders. Affordable housing is new territory for local municipalities. Many municipalities are grappling with what role they should be playing. Collingwood has already made considerable efforts in affordable housing and has been recognized as a leader by our municipal peers. However, there is still much more to do, and Council directed the preparation of the Affordable Housing Master Plan to guide that path forward. Next slide, please. Work on the master plan started about 10 months ago and represents a significant investment of time and money, but it will pay off in spades. Master plans are commonly used to support the town's community-based strategic plan and are particularly valuable for complex problem statements where a multitude of actions are possible. Having a balanced, clear, prioritizing costed strategy ensures that resources can be used effectively on key outcomes rather than spreading efforts across many initiatives, making limited gains in any one area. Further, a master plan allows for actions to be appropriately focused, ordered, and for synergistic activities to be run concurrently or consecutively to achieve the greatest gains, rather than a scattershot approach where the municipality is initiating many different responses to a crisis without a full understanding of which provide the desired results in the short, mid, or long-term horizons. As noted, a more direct involvement in housing is new territory for a municipality like Collingwood. And with anything new, it takes time to get into a stride. Couple that with a legislative environment that is in flux, and we find ourselves feeling a bit frustrated and wanting to jump onto ideas or initiatives without having a clear understanding of how they will help us achieve our goals. The master plan is intended to function as the guiding light, giving us the policy, process, and regulatory changes and financial approaches with the biggest impact on the ground, as well as coordination and advocacy initiatives to round out our suite of actions. The culmination of these efforts will result in what we are all looking for: shovels in the ground and more affordable housing options that are critical to sustaining and supporting our community. Next slide, please. The master plan has a strategic focus on moderate income households. This was a decision of council to reduce duplication of efforts and to support a growing population that is currently being priced out of the housing market and whose incomes are too high to qualify for programs at the county level. As a reminder, the County of Simcoe is mandated and funded as housing service manager to offer supports for people experiencing homelessness and is lead agency on emergency shelters, transitional housing, and social housing. So everything that's on the deeply affordable side of the housing continuum. The town's housing efforts focus on a demographic that is sometimes referred to as workforce, or those who require workforce housing so they can live and be employed within our community. These are the households within the incomes in the 4th to 6th deciles, and using the generally accepted definition of affordable housing that no more than 30% of your income should be spent on shelter. These are the folks in the home ownership market with an annual household income of $70,000 to $98,000, which translates into an affordable purchase price of $248,000 to $390,000. And folks in the rental market with an annual average household income of about $36,000 to $51,000, with an affordable monthly rent between $900 and $1,300 a month. Overall, although the master plan is focused on moderate income households, many of the recommendations improve the situation for housing supply across the continuum. The master plan is also designed to prioritize affordable rentals, but would facilitate in a secondary manner market rentals followed by affordable ownership units. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the Affordable Housing Master Plan was informed by NBLC's expertise in housing, community renewal, economics, development, and real estate strategy, and refined through an extensive community and stakeholder consultation process. Thank you to everyone who participated in focused and/or public engagement sessions, residents who took our survey, and all those who reached out with their thoughts and comments throughout the process. Many ideas were generated by stakeholders and the consulting team for how the town could address affordable housing, but it's clear that there is no one magic bullet or overnight solution, and that stakeholder groups hold diverse viewpoints on the best way to proceed. At the end of the day, it is important that this master plan be a true representation of the community, reflecting the voices of many, not only a few. Next slide, please. The process towards the master plan was anything but a straight line. And it's human nature to attempt to reduce complex problems to simple processes and envision change and solutions in a straightforward, unidirectional, and orderly way. But the housing crisis is anything but simple. It involves financial, economic, social, and cultural systems that interplay and connect in ways that are challenging to understand and that play out at a variety of scales from the local to the global. Dealing with the complex problem is inherently messy. We start, we course correct, we pivot, we deal with the unintended consequences, and we work our way towards the end goal. With 53 original recommendations from the task force, many hours of discussion and letters from the public and stakeholders, there were certainly times that it felt overwhelming with the path forward unclear. But through an informed, data-driven, and strategic process, a robust list of 42 options was presented for comment, and now a final set of 26 recommendations is proposed to make up the master plan. The master plan could not respond to the desires and the needs of all contributors, but what it does is give us a path through the noise and the chaos, giving us balanced, clear, prioritized, and costed actions to take as a municipality, as well as a call to action for other stakeholders. Most importantly, we will still likely make mistakes as we navigate through this complex crisis, and we will need to reevaluate over time, which the plan is set up to do through a process of measuring results and feeding back into an evolving document. Next slide, please. When initiating the master plan, council staff and several stakeholders had some pretty tough questions about the town's role in affordable housing. NBLC's stance that the town is not well positioned to become developers or housing operators through the creation of a housing corporation, land trust, or housing cooperative, or to become landlords was a pretty big outcome from the original report. The need for affordable housing in Collingwood roughly ranges from 1,300 to 2,500 units, and is simply too great for the municipality to make a meaningful impact by taking on the construction and operation of units. These functions are best delivered by experts in the private and nonprofit sectors, and therefore provided focus for the town to take on other actions that can result in a significant gain in units for more modest investments that are sustainable by a smaller tax base. When analyzing the 26 recommendations in NBLC's master plan, staff had the difficult task of balancing the need for bold action with the town's realities, including land constraints, fiscal responsibilities, and municipal servicing limitations. The focused areas for budget allocation in 2024 recognize these factors and drive action to those areas where significant gains can be made within the existing resources, though we recognize that council may ultimately choose a higher level of investment. Next slide, please. The final master plan consists of 26 recommendations within 4 key budgets as outlined by NBLC. We won't go line by line through each item, but we'll highlight certain items with budget or other significant impacts. Next slide, please. The policy, process, and regulatory reform recommendations have the highest price tag, with $85,000 impact on the 2024 budget. NBLC tells us these are also the most transformative initiatives that will have the biggest impact over time, because they are not one-time projects, but actions with long-term impacts to the entire housing approval system that see changes implemented townwide. Some of these recommendations are slated to begin after the official plan is adopted, such as the upcoming comprehensive zoning bylaw review, but we have included $10,000 to fast-track priority items, zoning amendments around parking requirements and ADUs, as well as $10,000 to concurrently prepare a rental replacement bylaw. We are also working towards system-wide streamlining changes through our development fees and process review, and will note that although council chose not to assign budget to these process improvements in draft 1, we have left that budget item in staff's recommendations, as both NBLC and the development community have told us that this is a pivotal recommendation that needs a definitive follow-through at a cost of $40,000 in 2024. Finally, in every consultation session held to create this plan, our community and stakeholders told us that not in my backyard or NIMBY attitudes are holding up housing development. Collingwood is truly in need of a paradigm shift, not to just accept, but to embrace the growth that is coming, the community vitality that it will bring, and the sustainable benefits of density to avoid sprawl. So we have included $25,000 for a professionally delivered education campaign. Next slide, please. So how do these policy, process, and regulatory reform recommendations translate to change for our stakeholders? We heard loud and clear from stakeholders that a fast-tracked and focused Zoning bylaw amendment is the quickest path to removing barriers to affordable housing. Streamlining of approval processes saves time and money, leading to more affordable purchase prices. A paradigm shift for the community will reduce public opposition, appeals, and delays to developments, and a rental replacement bylaw will preserve our limited inventory of existing rental stock, recognizing that rental housing is the priority of the master plan. Next slide, please. As NBLC reminded us, there is no business case for the private sector to build affordable housing on their own. While simplifying and speeding up the development process, as recommended in the previous section, as one method to reduce development costs in an indirect but meaningful way, there are also options for the town to more directly subsidize new affordable housing development. NBLC has provided options for different funding scenarios. Option one being maintaining the recent contributions of approximately $350,000 per year, and option two having the program fully funded at between $1 million and $3 million in the annual budget. Staff's recommendation anticipates a funding level of $350,000 for 2024, and therefore we should proceed with creating a municipal capital facility bylaw framework that can be utilized to stack funding with Simcoe County once the town's reserve fund accumulates adequate, sufficient dollars to drive a formalized incentive program with a minimum of $100,000 in incentives per unit. The creation of the incentive framework can be accomplished with staff time and no additional budget dollars. Use public land to deliver new affordable housing by answering Simcoe County's call for municipal lands, expected to be released in November. We propose bringing the Birch Street and High Street properties forward in the county's process, as these two parcels are best positioned to get shovels in the ground quickly. We know that there is some concern that the county only builds deeply affordable or social housing, but the county is branching into the attainable territory through their own attainable supply action plan, currently underway and as evidenced by the recent plans for the county's Rose Street housing project in Barrie, which is a mixed income, multi-use housing model, meaning that an added benefit of this approach is that there could be affordable, deeply affordable, or subsidized and market rental units on these sites, meeting the wider needs of the community. Any partnership entered into with the county would involve a memorandum of understanding to ensure that all parties are in agreement on the timing and the outcomes of the project. This approach leverages the resources and provincial funding at the county level, as well as their expertise in construction projects and their ultimate ability to own and operate the units, maintaining affordability over time. Plus, the county has also undertaken the first step, having issued a request for expression of interest for development and nonprofit partners. Again, this recommendation would involve staff time only, but it should be noted that by providing these lands for no or low cost would be a loss of potential future revenue of approximately $3.2 million at today's market value. Recalling that the town has land need for other projects in excess of its land holdings, selling these parcels at full market value would contribute to the reserve fund to purchase land for other uses. Finally, staff are recommending expanding the rapid ADU deployment program and reevaluating the grant amounts. To do this, we are requesting a service enhancement for the rapid ADU expansion, which is proposed to come out of the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund at just over $200,000 for 2024 to build on the successful and First in Ontario program. Next slide, please. So how do these financial recommendations translate to change for our stakeholders? Establishing a municipal capital facility bylaw means being ready to offer incentives fairly and transparently once the reserve fund builds up sufficiently. Partnering with the county will help get affordable housing built faster and may result in deeper affordability. Expanding the rapid ADU program to the downtown core may help businesses house employees, and increasing rapid ADU grants will improve the program uptake. Next slide, please. NBLC provided a suite of coordination recommendations for the town to continue its leadership role in the delivery of new housing. These initiatives don't have any 2024 investment other than staff time. The bolded actions on the slide could be implemented in the short term, with the non-bolded items requiring, next slide, please. Sorry, I was off there. The bolded actions on this slide could be implemented in the short term, while the non-bolded items requiring further research and may also ultimately need a future budget investment at the discretion of council. We heard that a concierge program to pair developers or nonprofit housing providers with groups that have land would help in getting more affordable units built, including linking these strategic partnerships with funding opportunities. Next slide, please. One thing that became clear for us all through the master plan process is that a municipality, especially one the size of Collingwood, can only do so much on its own. NBLC has prepared a full suite of advocacy initiatives for the town to rally behind, with some already underway. Council as a whole, individual councillors, and the Affordable Housing Task Force may be able to play an elevated role in advancing these initiatives. There is no dollar value included in these initiatives for 2024, and they can be done as opportunities arise and not necessarily driven by staff, but staff can certainly play a part. Next slide, please. That was a lot of information to digest. So just to summarize the proposed 2024 budget impacts that form part of the staff recommendation, 5 initiatives can be delivered for an investment of $91,000 in the operating budget. And this includes $6,000 for the Affordable Housing Task Force to use for education and community engagement, which is labeled as the 27th initiative in the report. One initiative being the expansion of the Rapid ADU program with a price tag of approximately $200,000 from the reserve fund. We would note here that 6 initiatives in the first 2 rectangles can be achieved with the draft 2024 budget investment that has been requested by council being approximately $350,000. And 21 initiatives for no additional investment beyond staff time. We would also note that this is a lot for a team of 1.1 full-time employees to take on. So we would need to prioritize these in the 2024 work plan. We would also note that the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund is anticipated to grow to $1.8 million in the next couple of years, which may provide the town with a sound threshold to launch a formalized incentive program, provided that the fund is topped up annually to replenish the dollars distributed as incentives, rendering the program sustainable over time. Next slide, please. We recognize that with 27 recommendations, the rubric of alternatives is vast, and it would be at council's discretion to add or eliminate initiatives. However, we included 2 alternatives that staff could support in our report, which are reflected on the slide. The staff recommendation encompassing 27 initiatives can likely be achieved within the $350,000 2024 budget. The first alternative is that council may also choose to include a 28th initiative by adding budget to seed fund a nonprofit to spearhead social finance initiatives, a land trust, or other similar programs so that community wealth could be used to combat the housing crisis. This was a recommendation of the task force in their response letter to the master plan. Should council proceed with this addition, it is recommended that staff and the task force work collaboratively to develop seed funding criteria. And finally, if council chooses to elevate the investment to $1 to $3 million annually and an additional position, staff would proceed with implementing all of the master plan recommendations, including the town-led disposal of town-owned lands to development and service providers through a transparent private-public partnership process. Next slide, please. On the governance front, NBLC recommends that the role of the task force shifts to supporting the master plan initiatives through providing a platform for community discussions and information sharing, as well as support for educational awareness campaigns. The task force should also support grassroots efforts related to the creation of nonprofit housing providers and other related forms of social finance and equity. Within these actions, the task force's primary mandate would be to drive a grassroots paradigm shift around affordable housing. Staff express deep gratitude to the task force for the elevated role that they have taken in the preparation of this master plan, with special thanks to Chair Doug Linton and Master Plan Subcommittee Chair Marg Shibanidi. Staff agree that the conclusion of this project is an appropriate time to revisit the task force's terms of reference and propose bringing forward an updated document in the next staff report anticipated in 2024. Next slide, please. Through the master plan process, it has become clear that all sectors and all individuals in Collingwood have a role to play to bring more affordable housing to our community. The plan includes a call to action for private developers to deliver a broader range of housing outcomes and pricing levels, nonprofit housing providers to enhance their presence and participation here in Collingwood, residents and employers to be more open to new development and to create rental housing opportunities through the Rapid ADU program, and perhaps even take the bold action of creating a land trust or affordable housing co-op. The Affordable Housing Task Force to continue in their role as advocates for affordable housing initiatives, and to town council and staff to advance the master plan and act as a conduit to get more affordable housing built for our community. Next slide, please. In closing, it is staff's opinion that the master plan is an appropriately balanced document prepared by experts in housing, development, and economics, and strongly informed by community input. The plan is supported by the task force, and it provides a focused, strategic, and sustainable role for the town. Not only is it defensible, but it is also measurable and flexible to evolve over time. The key question that we heard repeated throughout the process is, will this plan get shovels in the ground? Our answer is a definitive yes, that this plan would provide the fastest and most efficient path to shovels in the ground with modest town investment by forging strategic and synergistic partnerships with the County of Simcoe to develop town-owned lands, to leverage their significant staff and budget resources, as well as their expertise in delivering housing projects and their ongoing role as service manager to provide long-term support and management of the rental units. Immediate barriers related to parking requirements and outdated ADU provisions will be removed through a quick win zoning bylaw amendment, followed by a more comprehensive review. And we will be establishing a transparent incentive framework that can stack with funding at other orders of government and be ready to deploy once we have built up the reserves or as opportunities present themselves. Next slide, please. While the master plan project is coming to a close, it will be a living document to guide the town's work in affordable housing, work that we believe will be vitally important for years, if not decades to come. Understanding that this is a long-term plan, you will notice that staff's recommendations are for consistent efforts that will make a sustainable impact. We view the municipality's role in housing as a marathon, not a sprint, with the master plan as our roadmap to future success. To that end, if council endorses the master plan, staff will update the 2024 budget as directed, begin action on time-sensitive recommendations with zero budget impacts other than staff time. That would include a response to the county's call for municipal lands, return in early 2024 with a detailed and prioritized work plan pending budget confirmation, and within that same report, provide an updated terms of reference for the task force. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your attention and your indulgence. I know this was a longer presentation, but it is a critically important topic. And as noted, we have a number of staff and the consulting team here to assist with questions or to provide additional details as needed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. I can't believe you did all that without water. Very well done. All right, so that brings us to the public input portion, and I think I will check with the clerk first of all to see if we have some remote participants. All right, so if you would like to ask the remote participants first, please.
Thank you. We do have a number of remote participants. Those wishing to address Committee of the Whole regarding the staff report in the master plan, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. A reminder that public delegations are provided 5 minutes to address the committee. And no specific interest at this time.
All right, just good listeners. All right, so then we'll go to the gallery and ask if there's anyone in the gallery who would like to ask us any questions or make comments. Mark, come on forward.
Your Worship, council members and staff, first of all, wonderful report. I have to commend all of you for this document. It's wonderful to hear it's a living document, but I will have one in my office boardroom, this first version for sure. For those that don't know me, my name is Mark Palmer. I'm a 30-year resident, professional engineer, and business owner. My accountant at least will say I've had a small dent thus far with my commitment personally in business to design, build, finance ADUs, and also in the midst of a new mixed-use shovel-worthy project that you'll be hearing about very shortly at council. I attended the August 15th public meeting. It was well done, and I was very encouraged when I saw one of the strategic directions was treat the private and nonprofit sector as partners. Thereafter, when encouraged, town staff encouraged me to submit comments. I did, and I understand the mayor circulated my letter, and Your Worship, thank you for doing that. My letter, if you recall, talked about a two-stage emergency declaration goods and services request process to formally and properly engage the private sector. And it was in line with other practices being done in Canada. So today, I just respectfully, for your consideration, request the staff report is amended to better align with the town consultant's final report two-stage partnering recommendations on page 53. That is an initial expression of interest involving the private sector should be undertaken now and not later on. And at the same time as the County of Simcoe's joint venture partnering program, which I understand is going to start up in November of this year. I believe if you engage the private sector now, you're going to receive priceless financial model attributes, value added, leveraging information that I think you need to know at council when you're making decisions. And this information, obviously through this expression of interest, in my opinion, would have regard for the master plan report and the recommendations. So in my humble opinion, what do we have to lose? Why don't we engage the private sector sooner and get that information in front of you? I think the way things are moving, it's a proactive step this council can show to the development industry. I know, including myself, and full disclosure, I am interested to continue helping this community in affordable housing projects. And I know other developers would likely step up to the table as well. So that's all I have to say. And I really appreciate everybody's hard work. And thank you for letting me speak today.
Oh, thank you for being here and appreciate the input. All right. Is there anyone else? Mr. Vincent, come forward. Welcome.
Thank you. It's nice to be here. I wish there were more developers in the crowd and there was more interest from that perspective.
Well, maybe they're all online. Maybe they're
okay. Well, let's hope so, but they're not asking a lot of questions and they don't want to make a presentation. Anyhow, thank you very much. And again, NBCL, congratulations, Josh and your team. I was quite pleased with the report. I think of 2:00 in the morning when I was in Italy in June, talking to you guys on the phone. Anyhow, the reports come out quite well. I love its depth and the recommendations that you've put forward. Well done. Many people don't necessarily know the background of the people that make presentations to council. So I thought I would start by mentioning a few of my experiences and qualifications to even stand up here and speak. I'm what they would call a serial entrepreneur. I've started many successful businesses over my career. I've actually been studying attainable housing for the past 4 years. And I spent a ton of time understanding our complex issues. I wrote an extensive roadmap for attainable housing for municipalities to help them with their decisions going forward. And I have presented that to the province, and we're still waiting for some interesting action from the province. Our team that I put together of architects, engineers, planners have developed a toolkit for municipalities. Some of you have seen it, I think, but it outlines many different building concepts in the attainable world. And all this, again, has been forwarded to members of council. Locally, I'm a developer, Balmoral Village. You're all going to be there sometime, so like it. Anyhow, Balmoral, by the way, we were talking about timing. This is my 17th year and the project is not finished. Let that sink in. You know, that's a lot of time, a lot of energy. A lot of things that, have had challenges with the town, but 17 years to develop a project. And it's going to be a $350 million asset when it's finally finished in another 2 years. But I think it's a beautiful addition to this particular town. I've also developed low-rise, high-rise in Toronto, Yorkville, Rosedale, Forest Hill, and Ottawa over my career. So I do have a very interesting development background. In regard to community involvement, I started the Syrian Family Foundation here in Collingwood. It's a terrific organization of volunteers, and Collingwood should be very proud. We now have 8 families of refugees that we have brought in, and we've done a great job bringing them into Collingwood. I'm also a founding member of CASE, which we want to build an arts and culture center in Collingwood before I die. I'm an informed and educated business professional. who, along with the team that we put together, we just want to make a difference in our community and create attainable housing. And we're here to help you. And I know a number of times I read in the report about recommendations about how to work with the private sector. I don't know how many times you mentioned it in your report, but thank you, and thank you. Okay. And I hope that it sinks in that developers are not bad people. We're out to help you. We're willing to work with you, and we've got to work together. In regard to the report, I've got a couple of comments. I know you'd be disappointed if I didn't. I'd like to ask this question. How can we monetize this report in any other way for other municipalities? You know, if Barrie Lions is going to use this report for any other municipalities, we should have a revenue share. It's something to think about. Seriously, we spent a lot of money putting this together. Now we're sharing it with all the municipalities, and they're getting, the benefit of our dollars that are spent out there. Low-hanging fruit. I made these recommendations 9 months ago to council in my recent correspondence to council and staff over the past couple of weeks. We should be addressing these issues now. We should not be waiting. And those are looking at the building application costs, approval costs, permits, site plan applications, subdivision fees. Why aren't we addressing these now? You have to work with the community. You have to work and incent the developers out there. We don't have to wait another 4 or 5 months, to produce something that says, well, let's talk to the developers. Let's make these changes. Tax receipts for properties. I'm not too sure where that stands, but I think it's a good incentive. Property tax incentives, letters of credit, other ways to assist developers, such as security bonds, etc. Dealing with the NVCA. Oh my God, dealing with the NVCA. All I'm saying is that we have to make sure we understand how we can deal with the NVCA, and we have to limit their involvement. Briefs and studies. A comment was made that we have to take a look at the studies and decrease the amount of studies. I should actually ask the question. When you come in and you do a pre-consult, how many studies do you think are asked on a piece of land? How many? 12. How about 23? The last time I was in front of council and looking at an attainable housing project, I got a report back with 23 studies that should be done. I'm going to be dead before the next attainable housing project is completed, if we're talking about 23 studies. I mean, that's the reality right now. That's some of the things we have to change. Inventory of lands should be, I think it said in the report, it should be done immediately with the private sector, or maybe I'm saying that it should be done immediately with the private sector. The town should undertake an exercise to create inventory of surplus municipal owned properties for affordable housing development. To my knowledge, the town only has 10 sites that we own. I could be wrong, Jen, but I think it's about 10 sites that the town owns.
Sorry,
right now, okay. To my understanding, the town only has 10 sites that we own. We don't, and probably six of those are worthless to develop because of environmental issues and what have you. But we need to examine and I would say with the private sector, if you sit down with the private sector, take a look at all the lands that we could be rezoned and developed for attainable housing. Funding attainable housing, to our treasurer. I didn't know whether or not any funds from the DC Reserve Fund, which is presently at $50 million, could be accessed to assist with some of the NBLC recommendations. I didn't know. You're nodding no.
Mr. Vincent, it hurts me to do this, but you're at your 5 minutes. Have you got something you really want to summarize quickly for us?
I will, but considering the context, I'll give me 2 more minutes, please.
I'll look at council or committee. I'm seeing all nodding. Go ahead.
Budget recommendations. I don't understand why we need to allocate, i.e. $10,000 for fast track zoning, $40,000 for an approach to speed up the approval process. I thought that this was your staff responsibilities. The education budget is critically important. We need to identify an experienced public relations firm to get the education out there, what attainable housing is to our public. The SDU program, all I'm going to say is we're talking about 1,300, 2,000 units. We only created 18 units with our ADL program. We've got to take a look at how we can do this much better, much faster, and in a larger base. The town-owned sites of Birch Street and Poplar, we have submitted modular building plans, and I really think that the town should not give these properties to the province, to the county. We really have to look at it a little differently, and I think that the town should understand the profitability of the housing on these sites before giving the sites to the county. I agree with the recommendation that the town should not be a builder or developer. Thank you for putting that in, very important. And again, I want to thank NBLC for including comments on many, many occasions that the town needs to partner with a private sector for success. It's the only way that we're going to get this done. So we know the problems. We have the solutions. We have to move quickly. We have to make decisions on priority items that have been mentioned on this report and execute. That is what we have to do, folks. And we're going to make mistakes together. We will make mistakes, but it'll be a learning process. But the biggest mistake we will make is if we delay decisions and if we delay action. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anyone else in the gallery that would like to make comment? No, it's
bear with me because this is so outside my comfort zone.
Oh no, welcome.
Okay.
We're pleased that you attended. Just if you could introduce yourself.
I'm Valerie Bolton.
Hi, Valerie. So welcome, and we look forward to your comments.
Thank you. I grew up here. I was born and raised here.
Mhm.
It was blue collar when I was growing up here. Money was scarce, but everybody did okay. And those that were hurting relied on charitable organizations in the town that we still have. And thank you that they're there. And I thank them for being there. But it's not enough. Over the years, we've lost a lot of industry. We don't have the jobs that were here before. We're more of a tourist destination. When I was growing up, there was fields behind Maple Street. And now look at us. I would have been today at the mobile soup kitchen helping out. This was important to come because this is an important issue. We have people that work here that cannot afford to live here. We have people who would like to work here who cannot afford to live here. There are people that grew up here who cannot afford to live here any longer, and those growing up here who can no longer afford or will not be able to afford to live here. We need to find a solution, and we can't wait 10 or 15 years. The most important line in what you said, and I absolutely agree with your document. I think it's a wonderful document. I think it's got some very good ideas, but the most important thing that you said, is it's an emergency. We need housing for people. We have people leaving town. We have people leaving jobs because they can't afford to live here. We have people driving long distances because they can't afford to live here. And I understand that you're between a rock and a hard place in a lot of these issues. But something needs to happen, and it needs to happen fairly soon, whether it's zoning bylaws or helping with initiatives that allow for more properties, more development of apartment buildings, more apartment buildings, No more single family homes. We got lots of single family homes. We have empty single family homes. We have single family homes that somebody is renting out for $1,000 a month for a room for people to live in because they haven't anywhere else to go. So please find a way sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right. If there's no one else wishing to speak, we'll call the chair of the, does the gentleman, do you want to speak in the back of the room there? That's okay. Please, we're going to have our chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force go at the end of the public portion.
My name is Gord Cook. It's the first time I'm born and raised in this town as well.
Oh, excellent.
I have an engineering degree, but I'm of the generation that was hard to find jobs. So it never really happened for me, but I'm still here. And I observed the housing is expensive. You already recognize it's not going to come down. I don't know what, and it's going to kill Canada's GDP. You can't hire an employee and have to pay them $100,000 to do sweep floors. It's not, Canada is on a path of destruction. Like, we are not going to be competitive as a global nation because I don't know why housing is so expensive. I don't know. I hear investors are buying 30% of every new home. Why are we putting people and families and workers in these homes? Why isn't the Airbnb addressed and all the problems? Like, why are we turning residential homes into hotels and investment properties? Investing in Canada and people is investing in cheap housing. We want to be competitive as a nation on a world stage. We're going about it backwards. We have everything in this country to build homes. We have space. We have the materials are all here. We have the expertise. Why is it so expensive? I don't know why. I don't know why. And this report doesn't tell me why. Is it money laundering in our housing? Is it tax havens, REITs coming in and setting up billion-dollar funds to buy up and keep the housing supply tight? Even if you build 2,500 homes or units, who is to say a REIT's going to buy them up and keep the price high? And it's never going to be affordable. We'll never have a competitive nation because our housing is too expensive. We have it backwards. Housing should be as cheap as possible. It is not a business investment. It does not generate widgets. I can't hire a software programmer and help them create a brand new product. Housing doesn't create brand new products. We know how to build homes. It's well understood. There's not a whole lot more to be figured out. So why are they so expensive? And as a country, we need to figure it out. If we want to compete, we want to bring jobs and businesses to our country and provide proper standard of living, we got to figure it out. I don't see an answer yet. I hope Lion B can figure it out. But please, like, this is silly. It's really, Canada is on a path of destruction. And it seems also like New Zealand has housing crisis. Australia, we're not alone in this nation for this world problem. Let's be the first nation to figure it out and beat the rest of them, please.
Well, we just like to be the first municipality to figure it out. But thank you for your comments.
Worldwide.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any report, and I've looked far and hard and wide to understand markets, leverage, incentives. There are bad incentives in our system.
Okay. Thank you for coming and speaking with us. All right. Mr. Linton.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I am Doug Linton. I am here today in my role as chairperson of the Collingwood Affordable Housing Task Force. We at the task force would like to express our appreciation in having the opportunity to closely collaborate with the dedicated town staff, NBLC, and NBLC in the development of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. We acknowledge that this approach goes beyond the conventional norms for municipal master plans, and we appreciate the value that council and staff have placed in our task force, asking us to undertake this elevated role. We commend the collaborative efforts of the staff, the task force, and NBLC who have contributed to the development of this very comprehensive master plan. It's exceptionally well executed, comprehensive, and clearly the product of NBLC's considerable expertise. So thank you. It also reflects various stakeholders' strong interest and contributions to housing affordability. The prioritization of rental housing is an essential aspect of the plan that deeply resonates with the prevailing need and expectations of our community. While our support of this master plan is very strong, we would like to see a more comprehensive exploration of alternative revenue streams in the financial approaches section. For example, social finance is an emerging field, and while the master plan acknowledges its significance, we would like to see a bolder recommendation urging the town to provide seed funding to an organization that could spearhead this vital work. This is a step that we believe would enhance our community's affordable housing efforts through community engagement and investment. Furthermore, we would like to have seen greater emphasis on alternative revenue tools such as a municipal accommodation tax to help meet the master plan's optimal financial requirements without disproportionately burdening our taxpayers. We firmly believe that these enhancements could have elevated what is a wonderful plan even to a higher level. While we await the revised terms of reference for the task force as recommended within the master plan, we believe that our citizen-led volunteer group can continue to play a pivotal role in reshaping the community's perspective on growth, on density, and issues pertaining to affordable housing. We also believe that we are a means to research best practices and continue to bring to the community and to staff's attention important initiatives, projects, plans, and tools that may assist with augmenting the town's approach to affordable housing over time. We fully support the Affordable Housing Master Plan recommendation to shift public discourse around growth, around density, and how it relates to affordable housing through a public education campaign. We also believe that this very vital initiative must be adequately funded to be successful and to be effective. Finally, we wish to emphasize one very profoundly impactful consideration. The Affordable Housing Task Force is acutely aware of staff's requirement to present fiscally responsible recommendations that align with the municipal budget parameters. However, as a dedicated citizen-led task force of housing advocates, it is our duty to encourage council to be bold in your decision to take action on this matter. At a minimum, we urge council to commit 1% of the annual operating budget to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. Even more so, we embolden council to continue Collingwood's leadership role in supporting affordable housing by considering the increased amount that NBLC has recommended within their report of a minimum of $1 million and ideally $3 million annually to the reserve fund. This commitment would provide the optimal annual budget to fully action and successfully execute all of the Affordable Housing Master Plan initiatives. Notwithstanding, we also endorse the plan's recommendation to collaborate with and lobby higher levels of government to increase their funding for affordable housing in smaller communities. The consistent message that we've received since we began this whole process over 2 years ago is that we are clearly facing an affordability crisis, and a crisis is the word itself is important. It's not a problem. It's not an inconvenience. It's a crisis. And like yourself, the line in the report, affordability issue should be treated like an emergency, like the emergency that it is. Addressing this crisis comes with a financial cost. And while it is natural to be concerned about those costs, it's equally necessary to consider the crushing price of inaction. When we began, we knew this was going to be a data-driven process. And throughout the last 2.5 years, we've worked with the data. We've assembled the data. The folks at NBLC and the staff have done incredible jobs at gathering this data. We've analyzed it. We've looked at it. Okay, so we've done all that. We know that we're in this crisis. We know that there is an emergency. We know the costs that we've already paid, the price that we've already paid in our community for the affordable housing crisis. We also, from the data, know what's going to happen if we don't take bold action, if we don't move on it. We know what it's going to cost our community. And now we've got a plan. We've got a roadmap. So we at the task force are urging you, our elected municipal representatives, to do some difficult things. We're asking you to make bold decisions. We're asking you to then take meaningful action and do what we need to do to really truly address this affordable housing crisis as it needs to be addressed, as you would address any other crisis. The health, safety, diversity, and social cohesion of our community will suffer if we continue on this path where only the most affluent and privileged citizens can thrive. Thank you for your time. And thank you very much for allowing us at the task force to play this elevated role and to help where we can. And presumably we'll continue to do that through the revised terms of reference. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair Linton. I want to thank you very much for all the work from you and your team. I know it's been an awful lot, and we really appreciate and understand the commitment, and we understand the ask. So thank you for that. All right. Do we need to check remotely one more time?
Thank you, Chair. We can. We still have a number of attendees participating remotely. If you'd wish to address this committee of the whole regarding this report and master plan, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And not at this time, Chair Jeffrey.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we're going to move on then, and this is a monster of a motion that we're going to have on the floor here. So at the county, they have a process where you can waive the reading. Anyway, maybe for future reference. All right, so here is the motion that's going on the floor. The staff report CAO 2023-13 Affordable Housing Master Plan analysis and recommendations dated October 30, 2023 be received, and that the Affordable Housing Master Plan dated October 2023 and prepared by Enberry Line Consultants be endorsed by Council to guide the town of Collingwood's actions on housing affordability in 2024 and beyond as budget and resources permit, and that Council support the following amounts in the base budget. A, fast-track zoning bylaw amendments to increase the supply of housing, $10,000 funded by the growth planning budget. B, enact a rental replacement bylaw in order to preserve existing rental stock, $10,000 funded by the growth planning budget. C, shift the public discourse around growth, density, and affordable housing through a public education campaign, $25,000 funded by the affordable and social housing budget. D, work towards a decision faster, shorten approvals timelines through the implementation of the development process and fees review, $40,000 funded by the affordable and social housing budget. And E, Affordable Housing Task Force Community Engagement Budget, $6,000 funded by the Affordable and Social Housing Budget. And that Council support the following amounts in the Service Enhancement Budget. A, expand the Rapid ADU program to include more program options to improve uptake, $212,572.40 funded by the Affordable and Social Housing Budget, which was $225,000 from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, endorsed at the October 16, 2023 Committee of the Whole meeting, and that 29 and 45 Birch Street and 788 7882 to 7888 Poplar Side Road be submitted in response to the County of Simcoe's upcoming call for municipal lands for affordable housing development, and that staff be directed to 1, begin action on any time-sensitive master plan recommendations outlined in this report where there are 0 budget impacts. 2, return in early 2024 with a detailed and prioritized work program for the implementation of the balance of the affordable housing master plan recommendations outlined in this report, pending confirmation of an approved budget envelope and including a preliminary outline for future years, as well as an updated terms of reference for the Affordable Housing Task Force mandate. And I will look for a mover and a seconder to our Affordable Housing Task Force members, Councillor Ring, Deputy Mayor Fryer. And for discussion, first of all, I just might comment on that staff had referred to community or council successes, and one of those was the Culbert estate and the house that we now know the successful court decisions will allow for the town to realize some proceeds from the sale of that property. And so that's going to assist us in building up those coffers. So for comments, then I too would like to also offer the committee council members serving on the Affordable Housing Task Force the opportunity to begin. Anyone like to take me up on that? Otherwise, I'll look for other cards. Deputy Mayor?
I was actually prepared. I was looking at it more in the case of where I would like to hear from the other members of council first. So I had planned on that. Now I can go ahead if you'd like, but I just thought.
And the other thing I thought maybe, I guess we better do is to maybe manage this better is to decide what we'd like to sever it out, where maybe we'll just go item by item, or will we have some comments overall first and then break it down? Because I do want to break out the second and sever it out. And I think we're going to, if there's others that people are going to want to have severed out.
I did too want to sever that particular one. So perhaps it's just easier just to say we're going to do it individually.
Okay. All right, let's go through individually. All right. So first off, that the analysis and recommendations be received. We have a mover and a seconder. Any comments on that? None. All those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. All right. Then dealing with the second paragraph, and that the Affordable Housing Master Plan be endorsed by council to guide further actions. Deputy Mayor, you wish to speak to this one?
I think I'll go ahead then with my comments.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best way to proceed.
All right.
And my questions there. I do have some questions.
Okay.
I think maybe first off, I was going to also just mention you had referred to a lot of help from the task force members, and it was so important to do that. And I wanted to say we recognize at council the important contribution of the development community. Mr. Palmer and Mr. Vincent have spoken to us a number of times and directed correspondence to us, and that effort's really appreciated. And there have been other developers as well. They may not be represented today, but we've listened to them and tried to incorporate that in things going forward as well. One of the questions I was going to ask about was I wouldn't mind getting an answer if the treasurer can provide it to us. Just as we got into the 5-minute mark with Mr. Vincent, he asked a question about made reference to a $50 million fund, and I was trying to kind of catch what that reference was about, and if I was hearing it right. And you were looking at the treasurer for a response, and I wondered if the treasurer understood the question and could provide that response.
Okay. Treasurer Quillen, is this clearer to you than it is to the rest of us currently?
I think it is, Madam Chair. Thank you, and through you, and I'll look at Mr. Vincent for a nod. But I think what Mr. Vincent was asking is whether the development charge funds could be used to fund affordable housing, and that's just not the case. Affordable housing is not DC eligible, so that isn't possible at this time.
Okay, thank you for that response. All right, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in a sense, there is some assistance from that particular fund because, of course, it's meant to help with development when it's applied, and that has to do with infrastructure growth. And that certainly is one of the areas that I'm particularly concerned about. Is we've talking about the housing needs, and what goes with that is the infrastructure needs that we have in place, and or have requirements that we have as a result of it. And in that regard, we all know the challenges we're facing. And I'm looking at when we're talking about the development community and working together with them, I expect we'll be working with them fairly strongly in 2024 when we're going through our latest investment and infrastructure investment needs analysis in conjunction with our development charges plan that we'll be going through in 2024 for implementation in 2025. We know that currently the development charges have, I think, in a sense, been under collecting because of the ballooning costs of things like the water treatment plant, which was not assumed in the 2019 study. So we're going to be looking to the development community to work very closely with us in regards to that, because we're going to have to put something in place that recognizes the needs that we have from an infrastructure standpoint going forward in 2025, so that there is some growth pay for growth aspect of it that's improved upon. I also feel that there's a requirement for us to work closely with other service providers, non-municipal and county service providers, and I've been referencing EPCOR quite a bit at the table over the last few months, and happy to hear that they'll be coming to us in November to speak to us about working together with them. And again, from an infrastructure planning standpoint, because there's going to be electricity needs as well. And they're a municipal service provider, and importantly, a municipal service provider for most of Clearview Township and parts of town of Blue Mountain. So I just wanted to kind of overall say that I thought that the staff kind of under page 19 of their, or 18 of their report, they talk about the immediate 2024 steps that we can take. And it doesn't preclude us, though, from doing something further. It's just that they're trying to, as being identified, they're trying to hone in on those things that they can do with the directions that we've given from a budget standpoint. So, and we're doing this all now because we need to be talking about it during budget deliberations, because if anything's going to move forward, we all know it has to be in the budget. And Simcoe County is going through the same situation right now. So with their attainable supply action plan. So it's of most importance that we work in conjunction with Simcoe County on taking our initiatives forward. The one question I was going to ask about has to do with the $100,000 number that's out there now, as far as like a general idea that that's what's required.
Deputy Mayor Fryer, can I just say, you're over your 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was afraid.
I gave Mr. Vincent 2 more, so you get 2 more.
I'll just ask this question, and then I'll allow others to go, and maybe others will cover what I was going to cover. So when we consider the $100,000 amount, which it's obviously something that is out there and it's being researched, and that's what it's looking at. If there is the situation where the HST is reduced or removed for a period of time, does that mean that we're dealing with $87,000 a unit instead of $100,000 a unit? And I'm getting nods from the, so I just wanted to ask about those types of things, because if we get the county involved and they're contributing in ways, then that reduces that requirement from a municipal standpoint, and we have time to build up and work with things. So I'll leave those comments as is then, and appreciate the opportunity, and look forward to hearing from others.
Okay. All right. Who else would like to speak? Councillor Ring, do you have anything at this point that you'd like to?
Yeah, I'm just going to looking at the financial part of this motion with the recommendations that come with it. I think it totals 91,000, and I was thinking that's on top of what we've already committed in our base of 2%. But did I hear during the report that maybe Coordinator Ray can say that would be covered within the base amount that we already got?
I'll look to the treasurer to respond.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Ring. So the 91,000 is incorporated in the full 350 that has been added to the budget now, but originally we had included 120,000 as part of our the additional service enhancements that were included in draft 1. Another 225,000 was added to bring us to the 350 previous amount. Mm-hmm. So it is already included in what council has set aside for this year.
Okay, thank you. That makes my decision a lot easier there. The only other thing I was going to ask, and this is coming from the presentations today and the deputations we've had so far from the public. I didn't hear until staff made recommendation about the Simcoe County program where they got a call for property to go towards affordable housing, and we in this motion we're offering the Birch Street properties and the Poplar Side Road properties to go towards that initiative. Starting off reading, I thought it was a great idea. I really did, and I'm on the affordable housing task force, and I don't think we touched that. We didn't touch on this when we were our last together. Mm-hmm. But then since with the deputations, I noticed a couple times public doesn't think it's a great idea, and I'm just wondering if anybody would like to answer the questions, why not?
If there's any insights as to why that might not be desirable. I guess it's pretty hard for staff to read the minds of others making deputations, but they might be able to hazard a guess. Manager Ayers, is that something you or the Coordinator Ray could? Okay, Jen?
I think there's, a little bit of challenge around giving municipal property to another level or another order of government. I think there's a desire to do things at the municipal level. From the staff level, we're recommending that the county has the staff and the resources and the provincial funding to make that a successful endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
If I may follow up on that,
absolutely.
That's exactly what the reason I thought probably was the case. I agree that I would prefer to see Collingwood land, our own land, stay within the ownership of the town, but we don't have the resources at this time or the financial wherewithal to make a big enough impact on them. If the county's willing to do that, I would personally like to maybe give up the use of that property to get, as we've been saying all along, shovels in the ground a lot quicker than we are right now.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, and that would require clarification from the county on how soon that they can get to that, and the housing type that they would be filling with that property in terms of what we're attempting to fill with our initiatives here with the Affordable Task Force, and I think they may be contra-minded. So I'm trying to remember who I had. I had Councillor Baines. Were you responding to this or something new?
It would be a general comment about all of this, not to this severed portion.
Councillor Houston, was yours specifically to this?
It was following up from Councillor Ring's comment.
Go ahead.
Do we have any timelines from the county when the expression or the when they're looking for proposals to be in from the municipality?
Through to Coordinator Ray.
Through the chair, we're expecting the RFP to be issued in early November, so we should have those details soon.
Okay. Thank you. Through you, Chair. One of the reasons that I ask is because I think we heard this evening that we do have some developers that also have potential shovel-ready capabilities. Is there any possibility of putting out that expression of interest in line with this RFP that goes out from the county level.
Through to staff who would like to respond to that process. A CAO is going to comment here. Manager Ayers.
Thank you, Chair.
What did I call you? Did I call you the right thing?
Yes, you did.
Oh, you laughed. I thought, what did I call her? What did I just call her?
I was only laughing because I was interrupting the train of thought. We do have our consultant experts here who did some of the analysis around the types of processes and qualifications that would be required for that step. And I was wondering if you as chair might want to call on the consultants for some insights into what's required.
Absolutely. Josh or Nick?
It's a great question, and I'm not sure we have a definite answer for you. But if you've transferred the land to Simcoe County, I'm guessing you would not be doing an expression of interest on your own. The county would handle that for you, right? That's part of the benefit of having the county do it, is it's less administration for you. So, I mean, you know, the private sector players who are here, who are interested and who believe that they are shovel ready, they would be able to participate in that process with the county in the same way that they would if the town were leading it. Does that answer the question for you?
Okay, so CAO Skinner and then Deputy Mayor Fryer and then Vice Chair. And then you can have a turn back at it.
Thank you. Through the chair, and this was, I believe, Councillor Houston's question. So around why would we or why wouldn't we do an expression of interest at the same time as the county? We'd have to put together the expression of interest around what we're asking for. So that is, you know, a reasonable amount of work, not too much work. We might want to think about it for the next week or so until this comes forward in the report, if there was an ask to look at what that would take. I am much more respectful, however, of how much work it would take to do the request for proposal package or an incentive. I think the recommendation has the municipal capital facility bylaw approach. That is a bit more work. We'd want to have a fair, open, and transparent approach for developers such as those up here today, or potentially others to put in their proposals. And with that comes the request for an additional staff person. So I think understanding how quickly the county would act and take on that work, and as you mentioned, the confirming that funds would be used within our municipality, that how priorities would be set would be really important to us. But it is quite a bit of work to make sure that that is done well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Deputy Mayor, and then.
I was just going to add, and I think this points to a collective mind of council, is how do we get things moving as quickly as possible? And I think it's important to note, I didn't get a chance because I rambled on in my 5 minutes, that our consultants are the ones who worked on Simcoe County's housing supply action plan. And so they're very versed with the data that's there and that the county's entering into this process. So they went through the request for interest earlier in the year, and now they're planning on doing the RFP, and of course, in conjunction with their own budgeting situations and making decisions. Anything we can do to work in conjunction with that should be done, and certainly it's something that's at the forefront of our thoughts as we're representing Collingwood at the council table. So I just wanted to make those comments at this point.
Okay, Mayor Hamlin, you're going to follow up on the county comments.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The county is just embarking on this RF, or expression of interest, whatever they're calling it. And, you know, what's important to us, as has been mentioned, is what is their timing going to be and what will be their priorities in terms of who they're housing. Mm-hmm. And we might not know that until we see all the details of what they're proposing. So it seems almost premature today to be deciding whether we want to jump into that program or not. The county, is starting more of a mixed use, different levels of income project in Barrie. They take years to get to the point where they have a shovel in the ground. And we learned at the last council meeting of the county last week, because of a question from the mayor of Barrie, that the county's taking funding from the federal government for that project. And because they do that, the province then has rules that the residents who are entitled to be in that building are not restricted. It is open to the province of Ontario, so they cannot give priority even to the residents of Barrie. So that generated a whole bunch of discussion at the county and decided that will go off to some committee to think about. So there's a lot of issues tied up in giving this to a county. And the other thing I wanted to just give to council to mull over is, I still remember the province getting in, and I'm sure all of us do, the provincial, what did they call it? Public housing. I think it was in the 70s, and in Toronto in particular, they just built slab after slab of housing until they decided it was too expensive to maintain. And then they downloaded it on the city of Toronto, who now has innumerable units that need repair, renovation. And once you have a level of government owning rental units like that, the repair, maintenance, you name it, all goes back to municipal budgets, as opposed to, maybe a church that's a nonprofit that's, got 50 units here or 40 there. Or anyway, just on the county aspect of it, I'm not bought into this idea yet. Thank you.
Yeah, it was the question of the other partners that get brought in with the other funding that goes into the model at the county. Vice Chair Doherty, did you still have something you wish to add to this particular point?
Oh, let's press the wrong button. Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's an interesting conversation, and I have to admit that going into this meeting, that I was feeling of a similar view as staff, that we maybe just don't have the bandwidth to be able to manage the potential development of these lands on Poplar Side Road and on Birch Street. But further now listening to this discussion, I am starting to believe that it is premature for us to turn it over at this early stage, that we have lots of low-hanging fruit within this recommendation that we can pursue immediately within the budget that we've provided, or that we have provided, and within the costs that have been identified here. So I'm not sure whether we would defer this or remove it entirely from, I guess we just would.
I think we're going to vote on everything individually, I think, at this point, and we can deal with it at that. But for now, we've embarked on comments, it seems, on everything. So I have to go back. Sorry. I want to go back to Councillor Houston to see if he has any follow-up on his question.
Thank you. The mayor actually touched on some of the points that I was about to get to in my questioning, and that was really that, once we offer this to the county, if they take it, we lose control over timelines, over focus, over what the ultimate goal is going to be and what's going to happen. And I'm not sure that I'm fully in line with that, knowing that we do potentially have some other very local options that are willing to step forward and potentially support a faster development.
All right, good. Thank you. All right. Councillor Baines has been patiently awaiting.
No. Just on this point particularly, I would say that you wouldn't enter into such a discussion or a negotiation with the county unless and until I would assume that they would agree to our requirements or restrictions, dealing with some of the issues that the mayor spoke of as well. I would think I'd be loath to just hand this over without some quid pro quos as to what our expectations are. Thank you.
I'll let the consultants put in their own words, but I see them nodding their heads that they agree with you.
Yeah, we're on the same page with you there. We wouldn't recommend that, you blindly provide your land to the county. There would certainly need to be agreements in place around who's being housed, around timeline for development. If the county were to say, great, thank you for the land, but we're going to build something in Wasaga Beach and Oro-Medonte and Midland first, and we'll get to you in 4 years, Collingwood. That's probably not the deal you're looking for. And that's when you would turn around and say, okay, perhaps we need to come up with that 100,000 or whatever it ends up being for a town-led RFP process to get some of the players in town who are sort of ready to go in a shorter timeline. Okay. There was a question as well about ensuring that the right people are being housed in these buildings. We would expect that there would be an income restriction on any units that are considered affordable to moderate income households. So let's say from a rental perspective, that's $75,000. Just like a social housing unit, you wouldn't be able to access those units unless you're within a certain income band. From our understanding, that's generally how it works, right?
All right. And then going back to Councillor Hamlin's point, or Mayor Hamlin's point, that would be assuming they didn't go for any funding opportunities that included the feds or the province who had the other restrictions as to who would live in those. So their funding model would be restricted as a county, and that would have to be part of our conditions.
Our understanding is that even if there's federal funding, there would still be income restrictions on those units.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering to our consultant, through you, I had understood from the discussion at the county, what was I going to say?
I can say County Councillor Alex Nuttall was being very clear that they was wanting to protect the housing for residents of Barrie, and that by allowing the other funding mechanisms through the feds and the province, they were restricted as to it had to be available to province-wide. It couldn't be restricted or limited to residents of Barrie.
Sorry, I just remember I was going to say. So the discussion about that Rose Street property, I believe, was they were going to have a mix of incomes allowed to be part of that building, some of which would be at market rent. So it would help support the rents of the others. And it seemed to me at the end of the day, there weren't a lot of, I'll say, below market rental units available because of that approach. And I'm just wondering, Madam Chair, if our consultants know how that formula works.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Gentlemen?
Yeah, so I can't speak to the specific project, but in general, the principles of mixed income development have certainly become paramount. We're definitely moving away from segregated social housing. So that's the first point. In terms of how the formula works, it's really a funding equation. You start to plug in your pro forma, how many below market rate rental units you can accommodate. That'll spit out how much you can finance and how much capital needs to be injected into the project upfront, cash. And you start taking away low income units, unfortunately, until you hit how much money and how much funding you have available. So it's a balancing act in terms of how much budget and how much financing you can actually secure to advance the project, balancing that with how much affordability is ultimately accommodated on the property.
Yeah. Sir, I guess that's it. But I just want to say I don't see this, what we want to build here, as social housing. And I really hope there wouldn't be a stigma around it just because someone, is only earning 80,000 and needs some help. But anyway, thank you.
Right. Okay. All right. Deputy Mayor and then Vice Chair.
And that was an interesting piece of information to find out that the councillors from Barrie were specifically wondering about Barrie residents. It's a difficult situation when you're dealing with the affordable housing issue. When you're in the homelessness and transitional housing, there's probably more ability to center on Barrie residents, but that don't have homes. But we've heard there's people that are driving from miles to come to work here, they'd be eligible and that type of thing. And my recollection is that Barrie's about 170 some units, the Rose Street, and I'm going to say about 48 are in that below market rent ability as they're trying to do the diversified through. So, but the mayor's right. It's not all 170 units that are available to that lower income.
Correct. Okay. Vice Chair?
Thank you. In addition to the good recommendations that our consultants and staff have made and that are included in this motion today, and with the exclusion of the Birch Street and Poplar Side Road references, I think that our chair of the Affordable Housing Task Force made a good recommendation that the task force should be reconstituted as soon as possible. It is true that we don't have necessarily enough staff to undertake all of these 27 recommendations included in this report, but we certainly have the commitment, the knowledge, and now the background in our Affordable Housing Task Force that they may be able to continue to undertake some of this work that requires a little bit more exploration so that we can keep advancing on all of these various recommendations.
Are you going to do an amendment specific to that?
Yes. So I will.
Can you word your amendment, please?
To reconstitute the Affordable Housing Task Force as soon as possible into I think we are now talking about calling it a committee as opposed to a task force, because it would be a regular committee of council. Maybe.
I think if you don't want to complicate it and let staff come up with the new terms of reference in the next go around, I think your best amendment would just be to have them continue on until those terms of reference are discussed here.
Okay, great. And I also am sensitive to the suggestions that were made from the floor today that we should be involving the private sector maybe a little bit more and a little bit earlier.
Can we do the amendments separately, please? Can you work on the first one and get a mover and a seconder, and we'll work on, we may as well just do it now. We've got the motion on the floor, so let's.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor then to reconstitute the Affordable Housing Task Force as soon as possible in the form that is suitable to the continuation of our master plan work.
And it's seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Is that wording okay? All right, any brief, I think this is pretty easy. Deputy Mayor, go.
I think it's easy as well, and I didn't want to appear, that's why I'm seconding it, but I wondered, because I was going to make the suggestion that in part two, part two that I think you're intending on asking for amendment to, I was going to ask that we maybe put some specifics down there about what we're expecting to get back in early 2024. And I was going to suggest to Councillor Doherty that could we identify in that part of the motion that in the first part of 2024, one of the reports coming back to us on further implementation of recommendations is how the task force will be reconstituted.
I think she's covered it by as soon as possible, and I think it's better to keep it separate.
Okay.
And separate and apart from that. And so we'll get that task force reconstituted and up and running. Clerk Almas.
Thank you. Just for clarification, Chair, on the motion, are we suggesting the task force is carrying on as is and will continue on until the
new
report
terms?
on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. And I believe that the chair also referred to the opportunity to participate in the education portion that'll be upcoming as well until we get to the terms of reference as well. So it's an important role. Yes. CAO Skinner.
Thought I had it all sorted.
You did, Chair Jeffrey. The other piece was we had respectfully, and I know they're here, maybe they had understood differently, but I'll already assume that the Affordable Housing Task Force would continue to graciously give us their time between now and January as we talked about their new role. So we're in full and entire support for that.
They asked. They asked in their comments and we jumped on it. Chair Linton, we listen. We do listen. Okay. All right, we're going to vote on that. All those in favor of that amendment? All right, that's carried. Thank you. Deputy Mayor. All right, and your second amendment there, Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. And I'm just wondering if that can be worked into the
2024 staff work. So, and that staff return in early 2024 with a detailed and prioritized work program for the implementation of the balance of the affordable housing and master plan recommendations, with a focus and including the involvement of private sector proponents.
I'm just going to let the clerk find that wording,
et cetera, et cetera.
I think we're going to be better to do it separately. Probably do it separately. Please, we're going to do it separately. So if you would just simply word to direct staff to let's see, just to
engage.
Yeah. To advise, I think to advise council on a way in which we can move forward to include the private sector
or engage
the private sector. We do that as number 3. Okay, so that's going to appear under, we're amending right now, and that staff be directed to 1, 2, and this is going to be number 3.
Okay, very good.
And it's going to be to advise council on a process to engage
the private sector in
our affordable housing master plan initiatives and implementation. I just got the nod from Councillor Baines. I did it. It's seconded by Deputy Mayor Farrar. All right, any discussion on that one? All those in favor of the amendment? All right, that amendment is carried. All right, other comments? Mayor Hamlin.
Yeah, thank you. With respect to the 2 properties that we've talked about, you know, maybe not giving right over to the county, I am of a mind that there's no harm in us looking for expressions of interest from the private sector, which would include nonprofits, as to what they would do with this property, how they would finance it, how many units would be produced, and who could own it. I have to say, I have never seen it an advantage for the town to end up with ownership. Notwithstanding it would be an asset producing income, rental units, you know, do need to be looked after from, you know, over time. Tenants have issues. I don't think for a community our size or the size it is right now, we need to have that on as part of our staff's duties. But I do think that if we were to go out, there are lots of nonprofits out there in the housing business, none in Collingwood, but we haven't looked to see anyone else interested. We know we have at least one developer in our community who, you know, would like to have a chance to come in and show what he would do with those properties. So I say, why not have expressions of interest for these 2 properties? Let's have staff bring us back a report on how exactly we could, you know, what it would look like. And then let's see what we get. Maybe it's not 100,000 a unit. Maybe if we put the land in, that's it. Or maybe it's the land and a little bit more. Or Anyway, that'd be my motion. Yeah.
Mayor Hamlin, if you would be amenable with that particular paragraph and referring it back to staff to have them come back to us with some ideas and feedback so we can make a further decision on that, because I think that'll take a bit more discussion. Would you make that motion to refer that back to staff?
Yep.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ring? Any other comment on that? All those in favor of referring that particular initiative back to staff, and that's carried unanimously. Thank you. All right, back to regular comments. Keep going, Mayor Hamlin.
There was a recommendation that didn't form part of the final recommendations, but for discussion, and it was that council contribute $20,000 to $25,000 in 2024 seed funding for a nonprofit to examine the possibilities of social finance. And I know there's a lot of work being done in our quote region right now by volunteers who are very knowledgeable in this area. And one example I always think of is the community bonds, where I'll just make this up, but let's say there's a nonprofit group that has a great idea for the High Street property and Poplar, and they put their part of their funding package might be, we need to raise $2 million from the community. So they put out to the community, if you would like a bond, it's $10,000 and you'll be contributing to the building of this project, and we'll give you interest, and then we'll pay it back in a certain time frame. So those kind of things are happening around North America right now. And I think 20 to 25,000 for us to explore that and see how it might work, might tie nicely into if we ended up going out for an expression of interest. Because I do believe there are funds out there and people would invest in this if we knew what to ask for.
All right. So is this adding to something already existing within this? Are you going to make an amendment to add a direction to staff?
I'm going to add an amendment, and maybe one of the staff could help me, because there is a sentence in the report that I know says this.
Okay. All right. Manager Ayers, are you able to source that reference? In the meantime, I think Councillor Baines and then Vice Chair Doherty had some comments.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. The mayor was actually speaking to a point that I intended to as well. With 34 years in the land trust business in Ontario, and many of them as chair of the Ontario Land Trust Alliance, which is the umbrella group of 34 land trusts in Ontario, they are now working along with their American brethren, if you will, to accept community land trusts. And in that regard, I actually had a question for, probably don't want me asking it now, to Coordinator Ray or perhaps the consultant or perhaps Mr. Linton, as to whether or not they are carrying or have in their back pocket any expressions of interest from any individual or individuals who may be interested in forming a community land trust, or even more particularly, a not-for-profit or nonprofit organization that might be involved in this file. Because if there were such expressions, it would greatly support my support for the monetary amount that the mayor is speaking to, because we know that there are people out there that, or organizations are expressing this interest. I'd be certainly in support of this motion. So that's my question. If anyone knows, either Coordinator Ray, the consultant, or the Affordable Housing Task Force, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Vice Chair Doherty, you had something on this point.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, I guess, through you to the mayor. So when I put forward the amendment to reconstitute the task force, I guess one of the things that I had in mind, although I didn't articulate it, maybe I should have done, is precisely that the task force is extremely well positioned to be able to investigate things like that, social finance opportunities that our staff don't have the bandwidth for, and therefore is something that maybe, months or even years down the road before we sort of come to some direction. So I'm wondering, is that something that we could add to the motion to reconstitute the task force, maybe with a focus on immediate consideration, investigation of social finance options? I don't know.
So my recommendation is, again, that we do something separate, not try to join it up, so we can be clear in our direction. And if the mayor were willing, I would ask her to make an amendment to direct staff to ask to have your matter processed through the reconstituted Affordable Housing Task Force and bring back a report to council.
That would be fine with me. I'm not sure, in answer to Councillor Doherty's question, it would be fair to put this on our volunteers. The ask from staff is for a budget for a nonprofit to do this. It's probably, and I don't know, we would have to leave it up to the Affordable Housing Task Force. Would this be something they would take on? Whereas it sounds like maybe it's a small job for someone, you know. So I'm happy to, you know, if the Affordable Housing Task Force is up for it, but I also recognize the ask is big. And but if it came back through the Affordable Housing Task Force with their recommendation, that would be fine with me.
Okay. All right. So do you understand that? I'm asking the clerk because she's the one that's got to write this down.
Thank you, Chair. I think I found the area within the report that speaks to this. If I'm correct, it says that council will allocate 20 to 25,000 to kickstart a nonprofit organization to act as the avenue to build and utilize community wealth to influence local investment, local ownership or land and property, and local spending by anchor institutions, and that staff in the Affordable Housing Task Force work collective or collaboratively to develop the seed funding for this criteria. So my question is that I believe that's the statement, but you're just wanting staff to, or you're wanting to kick off a nonprofit organization at this time or explore this option?
Yeah. Do you want an additional 20? Is it an additional 25,000 that you want added to the budget?
Yeah, because I think this is going to be an important part of moving things forward. Yeah. Okay. So that's it.
All right. So now we understand the amendment. And did I get a seconder yet before we speak anymore?
No, second.
I don't. I did, Councillor Ring. Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
What I wanted to speak to is similar to Part C, where the 25,000 is being funded out of the affordable and social housing budget. So it's not an impact on the tax budget, so to speak. So I'm assuming that would be the same, but I'm definitely in support of this because it was the thing I was going to bring up in that other because Chair Linton had emphasized that the task force believes that this needs to move forward as quickly as possible. So I believe not trying to speak on behalf of the task force members, I believe the commitment's there to see this because it's something that we've studied very, very closely over the last 6 months and feel very strongly that it's an important part of moving forward is the community-based as the mayor identified it, or the land trust as it's also been identified by Councillor Baines and the others. So I don't believe it's necessarily an impact on the tax budget. It'd be coming out of the affordable housing budget. But.
Okay, I saw the treasurer waving her yellow card. Okay. Treasurer Quinlan.
Sorry, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was just going to point out that the 350 is the total contribution, and we've only allocated up to about 300,000 of that. So the 25,000 would need to be on top of the 350 already committed. If that's, thank you.
All right. So it would be the 350 plus 25. That's what you just said. No, sorry. It's already in the 350.
It's already in. Yeah, we haven't quite allocated out the full 350.
Okay.
That's there.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all right. Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm just looking for some clarification. Are we discussing the municipality forming a nonprofit? Is that?
That's yes, through to the clerk.
I don't know if that's what the original intent was.
No.
Deputy Mayor.
And I didn't turn my mic off. Sorry for that. No. What we're talking about is the work towards developing a community land trust and looking at that as contributions coming from the community and not the municipality.
So Councillor Houston's been astute. So the clerk will need to reword that to reflect the proper intent. Okay.
Just to explore.
Just to explore. All right.
Yeah, so what exactly?
I'm not understanding the full impact of the change. Maybe the clerk can explain what she takes from it.
Thank you. The portion that I found within the report that I am forming into the motion, that council allocate 20 to 25,000 to kickstart a nonprofit organization to act as the avenue to build and utilize community wealth to influence local investment, local ownership of land and property, and local spending by anchor institutions, and that staff in the Affordable Housing Task Force work collectively to develop the seed funding criteria.
So you wish to explore?
And so now I'd like to hear again what Councillor Houston would prefer.
And that was what I was looking for clarification for, because I think what the clerk is saying is that we are forming a nonprofit, and that's not what I think we were talking about. And I'm not in support of the municipality forming the nonprofit. I thought we were allocating the money for a nonprofit to come forward.
Okay. But then I think maybe the mayor should word her own amendment and we'll quit trying to help. Deputy Mayor.
I appreciate the clarification from Councillor Houston, because my look at it is we're going to be looking to the task force or committee to recommend how that proceeds, not necessarily, and the 25,000 would be available, but how do we see this moving forward?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so maybe if I can suggest the amendment should speak to an amount of $20,000 to $25,000 be set aside for purposes of further recommendations from the Affordable Housing Task Force to best activate social finance opportunities.
Okay. Councillor Ring, are you okay with that change?
Yeah, I would just, if I may, ask the question though, is the wording, the way the clerk almost read back from the report is exactly what Councillor Houston was worried about, and I agree that it says that we will be forming this nonprofit.
We've removed.
I know that.
We're ignoring that.
But I'm just wondering if that was the intent of through you to Coordinator Ray, or what was the intent? Maybe is it just the wrong wording in the intent, or was that the intent to make it originally the town would look after forming a nonprofit?
Through you, Chair. No, it was not the intention for the town to form a nonprofit. It's just to enable one to work here in Collingwood. There are a lot of funding opportunities, say through the Ontario Trillium Fund, for instance, but you do need to be a nonprofit to access those funds. So this would provide a bit of seed funding to get something started locally, but not the town starting or operating it.
Just that I thought that's probably was just the wording didn't reflect that, but
right.
But I think what the task force and the coordinator raised report is exactly what the mayor would like to amend this to be.
All right. Yep. Clerk Collins.
Thank you. I wonder if the wording then could remain the same, only that council allocate the $20,000 to $25,000 to support a nonprofit organization that could act.
Okay, good. Solved, wording solved. Everybody's happy. Same mover and seconder. Mayor Hamlin, Councillor Ring. Everybody understands, clear as mud. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much for that amendment. Any other cards? Any other wishing to speak or add or? All right. Mayor Hamlin, sorry, peripheral vision declining.
Okay. One of the recommendations speaks to encouraging other entities that have surplus lands to make them available for affordable housing. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, how do we find out who has surplus lands? And I'll just give you an example. A few years ago, the county had their lands on Ontario Street, where the post-secondary education credits could be obtained, some kind of adult learning center, and they just sold it off, and now it's a daycare, which is fine. We need that daycare, but it's so underutilized, that site. I mean, you could have a daycare and 3 stories of apartments, just as an example. So I'm just wondering, how do we find out, if a church has extra land, or if the county's about to sell another piece, or is there some mechanism? Thank you.
Thank you. Any response, consultants or staff? Consultants?
Yes. So through the chair, thank you. It's a great question. For surplus school properties and specifically, there's a very specific process that they have to go through to sell their property. There's a list of agencies and government entities that have to be consulted before that can happen. The town of Collingwood would be one of them. But in terms of the other facilities and properties that you're mentioning, like churches, for example, that's a little bit more invisible. And we would like to see, housing coordinator Jennifer Ray actually reach out to those organizations, because we know that's church properties in particular are groups that are really interested in using their lands a little bit more effectively and have a social bend and looking to do affordable housing. So it's really that kind of community engagement where you're going to find out, are there surplus lands that are available here with these community groups, and is there an opportunity to build housing on them?
And Josh?
I'll just add as well that, and I don't want to speak too much for them, but there may be a grassroots role as well for the task force for something like that, to get out, knock on doors of specific organizations and have a conversation with them about, the effectiveness of their lands and how they could be contributing to the community.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Hamlin, you're okay with that response? Nothing to add or amend? Okay. All right. Okay. So if there's no one else, I also want to say that I've really appreciated all the work and the Touches Council and committee were able to, or were afforded through the whole process and the public engagement. So, and I'm very pleased to see in staff report the reference to orders of government. I'm really pleased to see that change right away. I've just made my heart warm over the weekend. I guess I just want a clarification where we're landing on the MCFB or the county incentive plan. Because it wasn't specifically in these, I kept reading them and thinking that I'd missed it after reading the report. But is that something the committee wanted to consider for any reference to council to at least get the bylaw in place? Is that a cost that would be already covered in the 350 or no? And I don't think the treasurer's hearing me. And Treasurer Quinlan, I'm just wondering if anything to do with just getting the MCFB, the bylaw in place, would that be covered in the 350 that's already there?
Pardon me, Madam Chair, I don't recall the cost of that MCFB portion, but I do know that so now we've taken up, there was about a $50,000 bit of room in the 350. So we took up about 25,000 with this last amendment. So you would still have 25,000, notwithstanding there is funds in the Affordable Housing Reserve above and beyond that at about 500,000 right now. So that if you did want to use that towards that as well, that would be available to you as well.
Because I think the decision we were is being asked to consider is whether we would be moving it on to a county process, or if we wanted to at least have the bylaw in place here so that we had the flexibility now for any opportunity that may come up in the future. So I would probably do an amendment that staff pursue the MCFB and bring it. Coordinator Ray? I'd have to pass the chair to do that, of course.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that that was included in staff time. There's no additional cost to create that. The cost comes into play in actually establishing and formalizing the incentive program. But getting that bylaw into place right now or in 2024 makes sense because I believe, and the consultants can maybe jump in, but I think that has to be in place to even donate land, correct? Yeah. So there's a lot of land and incentives that require that as a tool.
All right. So if someone could clarify for me then, the clerk, if it's not listed in here, what part of this motion is that included under? Okay. So the CAO has just advised me that it's under the very last that staff be directed to proceed with items not requiring budget for 2024. So it's already covered under there. Okay, so that answers that question. So I'm happy with that. So we will be doing that. That answered that question. I'm not meaning to be inflammatory, but in terms of developers in the private sector, it always confuses me as to how we know that the incentives we have are actually, where are they getting allocated in terms of, do they actually become part of a reduced housing, or do they increase the profit? And how do you ensure that they are actually achieving the affordable housing part and not increasing the profit? How does, I guess you've done enough projects that you would know how that can be ensured. Maybe the developers. Nick, I see you nodding your head.
Yeah, absolutely. So the way this incentive program would work is you would set your affordability targets, which developers would have to meet and maintain over a certain period of time in exchange for receiving these incentives. And that agreement would be registered against the title of the land, so it's forever. And developers would report to you annually on who they're housing, the incomes of those groups, the rents being paid. And if at any point they are not adhering with the original terms of what you agreed to, they would pay back the original incentive that you offered.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. And you brought up this because I was trying to figure out where I could ask about it. And Josh had mentioned it during his presentation about the fact that you'd make sure that anything you put in place, you carried that designation forward, no matter if there was, and I wanted to just briefly say, I believe we've done the same thing with the Mr. Welton's donation requirement in the developer agreement. The $1 million is on that property that upon sale the units will be turned over and coming into the coffers of the reserve with legal requirements for it. If there's something that changed ownership wise, it still carries forward. So I believe that's how we protect ourselves, to make sure that whatever agreements we're reaching with developers are carried forward in the role that we anticipated going forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then we did receive a letter from the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and I'm wondering if staff had an opportunity to read their concerns or how they would respond to how we are or are not taking their points into consideration in the development of our incentives or our initiatives. Coordinator Ray?
Thank you, Chair. So we did review, or I did review the statements from the Accessibility Committee. And I just wanted to state that there's a few areas near the end of the letter that, well, first of all, I want to state that we can certainly appreciate the additional challenges that folks that are living with disabilities face surrounding housing. And our master plan process did include some reach outs from organizations serving people with disabilities. So there was a voice within the master plan process. In regards to the letter specifically, towards the end of the letter, there was a comment that the that the master plan focuses on the 4th to 6th deciles for home ownership. But I think through the presentation you saw today and through the report, it's stated quite clearly that the focus is on rentals first in the 4th to 6th deciles, then market rate rentals, and then the 4th to 6th deciles of home ownership. So I just wanted to clarify that. The other thing I just wanted to clarify is that the committee stated that affordable housing is not the direct responsibility of higher levels of government, but that statement is contradictory to the County of Simcoe being the mandated housing supporter for the deeply affordable side of the housing continuum. So I know that the committee believes that the scope of affordability should be expanded beyond the 4th to 6th deciles, but all I'll say is the focus on the 4th to 6th decile was a direction from council, and that was to make sure that there's not duplication of efforts and duplication of tax dollars. Those are the comments, but I'm happy to answer any follow-up questions.
No, that's great. I appreciate that response, because I did see the letter, but I didn't see our response to it. So I appreciate having that clarification. And then my very last question, which was severing out the second paragraph, and it just goes back to my points on previous consultants' reports in terms of endorsed or received by council. And I think that this is an excellent motion, and it does provide for us many opportunities in describing what is to be budgeted, what the costs are, and what is to be, sorry, my wrist is buzzing. So it's delegated out, but I do believe in my heart that as a council, we should, as a committee, we shouldn't be recommending to council that we do a blanket endorsement of a consulting master plan, that we need to move forward in terms of what our resources will afford us at any given time. I fully support everything that's in here, but I just want to manage what Chair Linton referred to so eloquently in terms of our challenges of resources and budgeting, but needing to be bold when it is required and when staff can bring it forward to us when we do have the resources. So that's probably the only thing I would do, is change the word endorsed to received by council if they support it. And I would pass the chair to the vice chair just to make that one change in the wording. And that the Affordable Housing Master Plan dated October 2023 and prepared by Enberry Line Consultants be received by council to guide the town of Collingwood's actions on housing affordability in 2024 and beyond as budget and resources permit. You don't have to ask, you have the chair.
Okay, well, I am going to ask you. So the first paragraph tells us to receive the report. So staff report CAO 2023-13 affordable blah blah analysis recommendations dated October 30th be received, and that
first one is
endorsed.
Sorry, so, Madam Chair.
Does that satisfy?
No, the first one is to you. The first one is the staff report. The second one is the actual master plan.
Right. Correct.
And I believe there's a seconder for the amendment.
Yes. Okay, second. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Fryer. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to your concerns over that paragraph, does the very end of that statement not cover those concerns where it says as budget and resource permit?
It does if it's received. I mean, it's covered. It's just I need received. That's what I'm asking for.
Mayor Hamlet?
I totally appreciate what Councillor Jeffrey's speaking to, but I feel, given the crisis of this and the amount of effort that's gone into it and the fact that we all I'll just say, seem to generally endorse this master plan, that I'm wondering if the words could be, and I don't know if Councillor Jeffrey could live with this, but that the Affordable Housing Master Plan dated October 23 and prepared by our consultant be generally endorsed by council to guide the town of Collingwood's actions on housing affordability in 2024 and beyond as budget and resources and further council direction permit.
Mm-hmm. Is that unacceptable, Fredley?
Yep.
Okay. Deputy Mayor? Oh, okay. Sorry. Seconder. Any other comments or questions? Okay, so then we will vote on that line as amended. All in favor? And that carries unanimously, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. All right, so now we should vote on that as amended. Is there any other discussion on that operative clause as amended? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Moving on, does anybody need A to E severed out? Does anybody need anything remaining severed out? I don't. We've already referred 29 and 45 Birch Street back to staff. See, I was gonna.
Would I be able to make a quick comment that wouldn't change anything around the Birch Street and the Poplar properties?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. We haven't talked about this yet, but I just wanted to make it clear because we've got the wonderful audience here today that are, while we talk about this set of the recommendations, we haven't talked about the value of the land that the town lands. And I think it is important just to mention that it does have significant value. I think between the two properties, I believe in the range of $10 million. So not that one shouldn't make these decisions in support of affordable housing, but I thought it important for the public and the task force members and others to know that this is a significant commitment by council and by the community if we did put that into affordable housing. And I wanted you to know that as we went back to think about how that could happen, alternately, and I'm not advocating for this, but if the town needed funding for other projects and this land became surplus, we would potentially sell that land and reinvest it in the priorities of the community. So it is a significant decision for council when this does come back to the table. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Skinner. All right. Well, let's finish this one up. I don't see any will to sever out anything else. So we are going to vote on everything remaining in this motion, which I think everybody knows what it is. I don't need to read it again. So all those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you for all your work on that. Thank you again to our task force for sure, and for your attendance here today and spending yet another 3 hours with your favorite committee members. All right, I'm just looking to the will of the committee and conferring here with the clerk. We still have 2 more items. Do you want to push through? Do you want a bit of a bio break and then we'll finish the last 2? Okay, we're recessing for 10 minutes. Be back here at 5:05. Okay, committee, we are back to work. We have only 2 more staff reports to go for this particular special meeting. So we're at 4.2, which is the CAO 2023-12 Q2 and Q3 operational plan progress report. And we will turn it over to CAO Skinner. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. So there is a short deck that we'll walk you through, and as well a report that council has access to, and anyone that I hope is listening at home or in the room could look at as well. That includes quite a bit more information. So this is our operational plan. Typically we come every quarter, but it has been a busy time. So we're doing Q2 and Q3 in this progress report. And the reason that we do this is to ensure that we have lots of transparency with council and the public. There's a number of things that council has resolved that we take care of, and we want to make sure that they know we haven't forgotten any of those and when they're scheduled. And also there's quite a few items that are operational in nature that are delegated to staff. And while those are delegated to staff, we know that council does have an overall accountability to the public, and they need to have oversight of what's happening and when, and just generally that the town is being well run for the good of the public and to be successful as council would like it to be successful. Next slide, please. So when we do a lot of this work, as I've said before, we work toward our community-based vision that is set out here. And we're just kicking off with Strategy Corp and Forum Research an update of this vision. So as we go through the next year, we'll figure out if any of the targets we're striving toward will be adjusted or changed. Next slide, please. Another thing that I like to set out in this, when we go into the operational plan, is in the vision, there's a number of statements that we work toward. I'm not going to read them all, but if you can read really small words on a slide, you'll see in the top left, the vision includes things like a lifestyle of healthy activities in beautiful and safe settings, an inclusive, multi-generational and artful community. So these are the kind of places that we want to end up. And then when council last approved the strategic plan, there were 5 objectives. So these are where we're focusing our transformation efforts. And those things were things like, starting on the left of that strategic plan objectives row, transparent and accountable government, better connections to the waterfront, and so on. But we don't see everything that we do in those transformation objectives. Those are the things that council has said, this is what I really want to work on right now, and I want to transform to drive us toward the vision. But when you get down into the operational side and you want to look at that accountability around how the municipality is being well run, you can go to the next level, which is all of the programs and services that are offered and that are paid through our tax dollars, our user fees, and in many cases, grants or other contributions from other orders of government, for example. So that's how a number of these things fit together in a bit of context. Next slide, please. So what we did with the operational plan is we wanted to say, well, we're not quite ready to talk about everything that we do, every service that we do with council. In fact, we've been doing a lot of work to outline what all those services are. And in the recent budget that came forward, we started to look at the budget from a service-based perspective. But for the last 2.5 years, we've had this operational plan framework coming forward. And the operational plan generally is anything that meets one of these criteria or more. So even if you meet one, you're on it. If it's a council resolution and it has action required by staff, we put it here so it has visibility. If it has a significant mention in the budget, including our capital projects, we put it in here. If it's going to need to come to council for a decision and it's tracking through the years until that's ready, we put it in here. And if it's a project that as a rule of thumb takes roughly over 3 person weeks of time, like it has a start and an end date, we would put it in. So we'd probably put in an update to the zoning bylaws, for example, in here. We don't put the ongoing plowing of the roads, the ongoing treating of water, as those are our underlying services, because that would be a lot of work for everyone to read. So we figure you don't need to read that every quarter. And we don't track in this plan some of the items tracked elsewhere because they have very good databases. Things like development applications that are in flight in our City View system and our building permits. We don't put every one of them on here, but we do have good tracking for those. Next slide, please. And I always like to remind everybody that this is not a tool to bang people over the head for not doing everything perfectly. This really is about collaboration. This is about saying what we're doing, how we're aligning between departments, how we're preparing for future budgets. And it is relatively unique, and I'm pretty proud of it. We put this tool in place for $0 using internal staff efforts and organization, and it's quite effective. The managers generally keep it up to date with the oversight of the directors, and I use it quite a bit to figure out how things are going and making sure that things are progressing as council and I expect. Next slide, please. Into the meat then of this particular update. In Q2 and Q3, I'm just going to, which means in April to June and July to September, so between April and September overall, at a very high level, here are a few of the accomplishments that you may or may not be aware of. We've had our customer service software implemented, which I think is really important. A lot of people will, things will end up on my desk or potentially even on counselors' desks, and people will say, I've called a couple of times and I didn't get a call back. And that's always of concern to me. And I'd like to know if people are calling, how long are we taking to call back, and have we been able to find resolutions? And this customer service software goes a long way for documenting those calls, seeing to whom they've been assigned, and also some of the trends in how the types of topics that people feel they need more information on, or potentially particular bylaws that are causing some friction in the community. We have the grain terminals redevelopment phase 5 MOU signed and just getting out for public consultation. We had a youth engagement working group report back, and actually 4 or 5 actions that are now in flight after that, just those guidance from council. We had the downtown boulevard and patios put in place for this past summer, and I think it was a really successful summer once again of attracting people to downtown and enjoying that additional space. We've had some branding that helps people to recognize material that's coming from the town. The Collingwood Arts Centre next steps for phase 2 came to council, and there was a decision made to proceed with phase 3 that's now well in flight with the Collier's project folks. The community risk assessments noted here, it is complete. You haven't seen it yet. We were just waiting for an agenda when there was an appropriate time slot so that we could make sure that that got to you. You made a decision at council on taxi licensing and ride sharing, where we would stop licensing taxis as of the end of the year, allowing us to reallocate some resources to other council priorities. And we were able to lift the interim control bylaw and move to a way that our water is allocated based on the values of the community. So that was, we were very happy to see that happen. We had the opening of the Alwyn Water Play Park and even an extension into the fall with the warm weather that came forward. And though we haven't been able to do an award yet because the prices are somewhat higher than we had anticipated or hoped, we do now have 3 valid bids for our water treatment plant expansion in hand. A few of the things over the last 6 months. Next slide, please. Some projects were changed or reprioritized. A couple were related to engineering resources, and I didn't want to let this go without mentioning them. There's an inflow and infiltration project that we were hoping to get to this year. That's for water that's going to the wastewater treatment plant. When there's inflow, it increases the amount of water that the plant receives because it's getting things like rainwater and not only the sewer water. That's been delayed until 2024, and as well a master servicing plan update that we were hoping to initiate, that servicing water and wastewater is pushed into 2025. Next slide. Oh, sorry, this is the next slide. There was a few key council goals. At the beginning of the year, we set out, suggest to council, and council will provide us some feedback on things that council really wants to watch over the year. So for 2023, these 8 items were outlined. One was that council would be well informed, including awareness of projects, risks, and issues. And we do hope that through this report, and in particular the appendices, council will be well informed. We have a couple of other mechanisms as well. I do promise you, if you read the appendices, you'll probably, you council and also folks from the public will probably learn some interesting things about what's happening in the municipality that might spark you to have even further interest. We have a citizen satisfaction continue to be continued and baseline. So we did have the award of the software I mentioned previously. And as well, we had an award to Forum Research for a statistically significant survey of our community. So we're just getting ready to roll that out. We need to talk with our strategic plan steering group and council, but we do have the consultant on board for that work as well. I don't have to talk too much about number 3 because you just had a significant item about some clear steps to address affordable housing. And I am very proud of that group, including that we are we are the first in Ontario to have a rapid accessory development unit approach in place. I was at a recent, last week, I was at a Chief Administrative Officers conference, and I got quite a few people coming up to me with interest in that program and wanting to see our website and look at some of the designs that have been pre-submitted and are available for people in Collingwood to use right away with very few steps to get a building permit or other approvals to use them. And there's some subsidies as well if people from the public are listening to about that program. On the grain terminals, there's lots of momentum there. Some months ago, council approved a memorandum of understanding and with the developer who was successful in their proposal, and the public consultation is well underway. I hope you've been looking at the renaming of the project voting, and it's a very, very exciting project. We have had action on the updated land use planning policies and regulatory instruments. Most recently on October 17th, the open house on the official plan. And I know that comments continue to pour in on from people in the community that are looking for input into our official plan, which is quite encouraging and exciting that people are interested in land use and how that will change over time in Collingwood as more people arrive and growth takes place. The strategic plan renewal I've already mentioned, but we will have another council meeting in the coming month or so with the consultant present who will talk about the next few steps. It is married with our downtown visioning, so our consultant as well as us are very excited about how those two projects can inform and reinforce each other. Phase 3 of the Art Center I had mentioned, and in the report that's attached in the appendix of the report, Appendix D talks about each department's high priorities. So those are the ones that are on the performance plans of the directors of the corporation, my directors, and those are the ones that we think are really a high priority for the town, and you might want to look at that Appendix D. Finally, we do continue to monitor and adjust this operational plan on a regular basis. We continue to embrace the input of the managers in understanding the resources that they have and how best to allocate them and how to proactively communicate if they need to streamline or need to talk to council about one priority over another, and we'll continue to report quarterly. We try to marry this often with our capital projects updates, our updates on staff salaries, and our updates on grants. Due to time frame, we couldn't get them quite into the same meeting this time, but that's also goes hand in hand with this type of project-based reporting. Thank you very much for this time. Back to you.
Okay, great. Any questions for the CO with respect to her report? I guess I'll do the motion first. The staff report CEO 2023-12, 2023 operational plan. Actually, Is there anybody remotely who would like to? Unless Jessica wants to. No. All right. The staff report CAO 2023-12, 2023 operational plan Q2 and Q3 progress report be received. A mover and a seconder. Councillor Baines, Councillor Perry. Any questions for the CAO? Seeing, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. Just through you to the CAO. At the risk of making a complex and detailed document more complex and more detailed, would it be possible to put anything in regard to when a project is cancelled as to the timeline, essentially by whom and when? Because I read through some of those and I looked and I thought, did we do that, or was it a previous council, and when was it done? I saw actually.
I asked.
Yes, it's the chair's questions about that, but it would be educational for a new councillor to just understand some of that, because I was kind of worried to think I don't remember doing that. So, thank you.
We did do it. I told the CEO I must have been asleep at the switch. There were a couple in there I would not have wanted canceled. Go ahead.
Yes, I think that we could update our language a little. And in the case of a number of the items that were noted as canceled, the actual recommendation to council was that they be incorporated in another project. So say something that was related to the official plan, actually one of them was a zoning bylaw update. We said, well, let's just move it into the zoning bylaw update. So we took council's resolution, moved it into the zoning bylaw update, and canceled that original. We probably should have just deleted it. The information's still there. So I think we can be a little more clear in our language in the next version.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Not seeing any other questions. All those in favor of receiving. And that is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. So our final staff report of the day, 4.3 C 2023-17, the updated council staff relations policy. And I will turn it over to Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Chair Jeffrey. And just as I was directed by council to ensure things are succinct, I will be succinct. We don't have a PowerPoint presentation. Council did refer this back to staff to look at providing links to various relevant policies while maintaining the integrity intent of the policy and reducing any repetitive language. Staff have reviewed and edited the document as requested. The document has been reduced to 6 pages. Admittedly, 5 are guidance documents, so they are just attached as a link at this point. And those links will quickly access the detailed relevant documents. Practical revisions have been made to ensure the information is required. The policy statement and principles have been shortened and intended to be easily understood. The policy amendments also aim to support the council-approved customer service standards policy. And again, there is a number of references that were within the document that are referenced in other documents. And a prime example would be the Council Code of Conduct. And that is my quick.
Wow. Good job. All right. So no public here, no public remotely. So we'll just put this right on the floor. That staff report C 2023-17, updated council staff relations policy be received, and that council approve the updated corporate policy entitled council staff relations policy as presented herein. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring, Vice Chair Doherty. Questions or comments? I'll get somebody ready to vote already. I am going to pass the chair. Yep. Do you wish to speak, Vice Chair?
Very quickly. It was so useful when the clerk passed on a red line copy of the changes, which, talk about asleep at the switch, apparently had been sent some weeks ago, but I really appreciated that, and it provided great clarity to these changes.
Okay.
With thanks.
All right, for sure. This has been a lot of work for our clerk, I know. All right, so I'm going to pass the chair to the Deputy Mayor.
I was just going to maybe ask for clarification, because in looking at the red line version, the example I'll use is under the Part 4 principles of the policy. The 4.1 through 4.4, the wording has been eliminated from those headers. I'm just seeing the headers, and I'm trying to kind of follow exactly what we're saying there, like we're saying under policy or principles of the policy. I didn't see any link to that. Is that linking to something in the attachments when it says the headers, the municipal governance excellence, the open and clear communication, equality and transparency, and respectful workplace?
Collins? Thank you, through the chair to the Deputy Mayor Fryer. Basically, we felt that municipal governance excellent is understood. Open, clear, open and clear communications understood. Transparency, respectful workplace, that's understood. So we decided we don't need to add the additional language. A few of our policies that do have principles are pretty straightforward like this without having a paragraph to define them any further. And we felt that we could do that with this report.
Good. Great. All right. So I'm going to pass the chair to Vice Chair Doherty to request a couple of amendments. And with respect to 8B, and the CAO department head discretion to invite other necessary or relevant staff, I don't think that I would blindside the CAO by bringing somebody else into a meeting with me. And conversely, I would expect that if I had a meeting and the CAO was going to bring or wanted to bring another person into that meeting, that this would be subject to the consent by the member who booked the appointment, that the CAO just wouldn't be bringing in other staff members or other people to a meeting without asking the member for the consent for that. So I would simply like to ask the words after, it shall be the CAO department head discretion to invite other necessary or relevant staff, and I would add subject to the consent by the member, and then the rest goes as normal. It's my amendment for there.
Thank you. So you had one other. Did you want to do them at once or separately?
No, I think we'll do them separately.
Okay. So have a seconder for that change. Deputy Mayor. Comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll vote on that amendment. All in favor? And that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. So, and just a further amendment under 8E, I would like to replace the word could with shall. Council could, but I think staff shall support council by. And 1 to 7, which are listed there.
Okay. Again, seconder. Councillor Potts, any questions or discussion? I'll call,
Thank you. Most of these I have no concern with. The one about notifying council of changes to legislation and regulations, we do watch those, particularly the Municipal Act, the Planning Act, and the ones that are our core business. There's probably a lot of changes to legislation and regulations out there that are not so much in line with our core business, and I'd be a little concerned about needing to monitor. I don't know if there's just a core municipal legislation and regulations or legislation and regulations that are relevant to council's normal business or something of that sort. I think that's the intent. I just didn't want to disappoint you in the future if that's not the intent.
Vice Chair, I'd be pleased to add those words at the end of notifying council of changes to legislation and regulations specific to the work or to the policy considerations or whatever works better for you.
That have relevance to normal municipal business.
Sure, sounds great.
I was just having trouble, and Councillor Houston's helped me. Can you just, can we just have a summary of what we're doing? Thank you.
Vice Chair Doherty, do you want me to summarize my amendment? Thank you. Yeah, so this amendment is 8E, staff it says staff could support council by 1 to 7, and they're listed there. All I'm doing is changing could to shall. And then we're adding the words because the CEO has some concern with respect to the scope of the wording of notifying council changes to legislation or regulations by adding the words.
So that have relevance to normal municipal business.
There we go.
Thank you.
Seeing none, I will call a vote on that amendment. And that carries. Wait.
All right.
Turn the chair back to you.
Thank
Chair.
you. All right. So with those two amendments, then, if no one else wishes anything to be pulled, we can vote on the matter. I do have to comment. I still feel it's really prescriptive, and we're making a policy to tell staff how to tell us to communicate. So I kind of have a bit of a problem with that, but I also know I need to pick my battles, and I can live within this. So I'm going to support it, even though it's kind of really rubbing me the wrong way. All right. All those in favor of the motion as amended? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And all I need now is, was that your card up for adjournment, Councillor Potts? Thank you. All those in favor? And that is carried, and we'll have a recess to be determined in an amount by the mayor before we start the special council meeting. What would you like?
I'm just wondering, I wonder how long we might be in camera. Do you think it'd be more than an hour? Anyone have a sense on this?